Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017, our annual developer festival. I'm Timothy Jordan, a developer advocate at Google, and I'll be touring the I/O venue throughout the next 3 days, exploring the sandboxes, interviewing Googlers, and giving you eyes on the ground. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening at Shoreline, not just the sessions. You can follow along on any of the livestream channels on google.com/io. Google I/O is an outdoor developer festival hosting 7,200 attendees at Shoreline Amphitheater, along with millions of viewers on the live stream. That's you. And thousands of developers at more than 450 local I/O extended events across 80 countries. We have 14 content tracks with over 150 breakout sessions, all live streamed on google.com/io. There's also over 70 code labs live to get you up and running with our latest APIs today at g.co/io/codelabs. But before you get to any of that, let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard. Smart Reply, available in Inbox by Gmail and Allo, saves you time by suggesting quick responses to your messages. It utilizes machine learning to give you better responses the more you use it, and it already drives 12% of replies in Inbox on mobile. Starting today, Smart Reply is coming to Gmail for Android and iOS too. We're excited to announce that our second generation tensor processing units are coming to Google Compute Engine as cloud TPUs, where you can connect them to virtual machines of all shapes and sizes and mix and match them with other types of hardware, including Skylake CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs. You can program these cloud TPUs with TensorFlow, the most popular open source machine learning framework on GitHub, and we're introducing high-level APIs which will make it easier to train machine learning models on CPUs, GPUs, or cloud TPUs with only minimal code changes. Many top researchers don't have access to anywhere near as much compute power as they need. To help as many researchers as we can and further accelerate the pace of open machine learning research, we will make 1,000 cloud TPUs available at no cost to ML researchers via the TensorFlow Research Cloud. Android O, coming later this year, will bring more fluid experiences to your smaller screen, as well as improvements to battery life and security. With Picture-in-Picture, you can seamlessly do 2 tasks simultaneously, and Smart Text Selection improves copy and paste by using machine learning to recognize entities on the screen. Google Play Protect is Google's comprehensive security services for Android, which provides powerful new protections and greater visibility into your device security. Play Protect is built into every device with Google Play, is always updating, and automatically takes action to keep your data and device safe. We also have an early preview of a new initiative for entry-level Android devices that internally we call Android Go. The goal is to get computing into the hands of more people by creating a great smartphone experience on all Android devices with 1 GB or less of memory. Android Go is designed with features relevant for people who have limited data connectivity and speak multiple languages. Of course, way more was covered in the Google keynote, including new ways to share with Google Photos, including photo books, new ways that Google Assistant can help you do even more, investments in the core technologies that enable VR and AR, and in platforms that make them accessible to more people. Have questions about I/O 17? Tweet them starting today through May 19th using hashtag IO17Request. A team of Googlers will be on site chasing down answers for you. Make sure to also follow the conversation on hashtag IO17 and on the Google Developers blog. Make sure to tune in to the developer keynote at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll see you right here on the live stream between all the sessions. This is Google I/O 2017.
Hi, I'm Sarah from the Google Developer Certification team. Last year, we launched the Associate Android Developer Certification at I/O. Now we're adding 2 certifications for mobile web developers. Why mobile? Mobile now accounts for over half of all web traffic. Users expect their small screen experiences to be as quick and intuitive as those on a desktop. But making the mobile web fast and easy takes some special skills. How can you prove you've learned them? We've created 2 new certifications to help developers get recognized for their knowledge and skill. introducing the Mobile Site Certification and the Mobile Web Specialist Certification. One focuses on sites and the other on web apps. Let's talk about mobile sites. What happens to your beautiful site if it takes too long to load? 53% of mobile visitors will leave a page if it takes more than 3 seconds to load. But the average mobile page loads in 22 seconds. Making this even 1 second faster increases conversion rates up to 27%. Google believes in the mobile web, and so do our customers. That's why we've created the Google Mobile Site Certification to help site owners find the best talent. Passing this exam demonstrates you have the knowledge for building high-performing mobile sites. It also highlights your understanding of best practices and current browser technologies. To pass, you'll need to be proficient across mobile site design, UX best practices, and site speed optimization. This certification is especially useful for developers working in-house for agencies or clients. To prepare, use the online study guide or e-learning course. Both are free. Once certified, you can promote your certificate on your Google Partners public profile and social media. What if you're developing mobile web apps? Developing applications requires even more specialized skills than sites, so we have a certification for that. The Mobile Web Specialist Certification shows you can build quality web apps, including progressive web apps. You take this exam by solving a series of coding problems. We'll test your skills in many in-demand areas, including responsive design, accessibility, and progressive web application development. This certification is especially useful for developers looking to move up in their careers. It will prepare you to tackle a wide range of challenges. We also provide a study guide and a range of courses to help you prepare. With multiple certifications, how do you know which one to take? Are you building mobile sites and need to demonstrate you have the knowledge to do it? Take the Mobile Site Certification exam. Need to show that you have the skills to build a mobile web app? Take the Mobile Web Specialist exam. Visit our certification page under the Google Developers website to learn more about our programs. Get the study guides, get ready, and let's go.
Okay, Google, what's the temperature like at Mount Everest?
The temperature there is -14.
Ooh, I better pack a jacket. Oh, hi, I'm Wayne Pekarsky, and today I'm going to talk about the Google Assistant and how you can develop your own actions to be a part of this new ecosystem. At Google, we've been providing assistance to users for years across many of our products, but we think there's much more we can do to help people get things done right when they need it in a conversational way. And that's why we're building the Google Assistant. The Google Assistant can help users get things done throughout their day, whether they're at home or on the go. And it powers devices like, for example, the Google Home, a voice-activated speaker. To better serve user requests, the Google Assistant needs to work well with an ecosystem of everyone's favorite services. Actions on Google allows you as a developer to integrate your services with the Google Assistant. And that is what we're going to explain how to do in this video. Conversation actions enable you to fulfill a user's request directly via a two-way dialogue. Users don't need to pre-enable skills or install new apps to interact with any actions you build. When a user asks for your action by name, we'll connect them with you immediately. Let's first go through a detailed example of a user interacting with a conversation action. Think about something as simple as helping a user choose what to have for dinner based on their mood and the ingredients they have around. Let's call this action Personal Chef. The user first needs to invoke your action with something like, "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef." The assistant will then introduce your action, and now the user is talking to you directly. From this point onwards, you get to interact with the user and have a conversation. "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef."
Sure, here's Personal Chef.
Hi, I'm your personal chef. What are you in the mood for?
Well, it's kind of cold outside, so I'd like something to warm me up, like a hot soup, and I want it fast.
All right, what protein would you like to use?
I have some chicken and also some canned tomatoes.
Okay, well I think you should try the chicken tomato soup recipe I found on example.com.
Sounds good to me. So this is a pretty rich interaction. Think about all the sentences I spoke and how the action needs to extract the meaning out of this. How would you implement this? If you're an expert in the area of natural language processing, you can use the Conversation API, which allows you to process the raw strings that contain the spoken text from the user. You can then use the Actions SDK that includes all the tools and libraries you need to build the actions. However, if you don't want to process the user's transcribed speech yourself, you can use one of the tools that have integrated with Actions on Google. One of these tools is API.ai, which provides an intuitive graphical user interface to create conversational interfaces, and it does the heavy lifting in terms of managing conversational state and filling out slots in forms. This means you'll no longer need to process the raw strings. API AI can do this for you. To handle a conversation, you use the API.ai developer console to create an intent. This is where you define the information you need from the user. For our example, finding a kitchen recipe, this would be the type of food, the ingredients, the temperature, and the cooking time. You then specify example sentences. API.ai parses these sentences and uses them to train its machine learning algorithm to process other possible sentences from your users. You don't have to write regular expressions or a parser. You can also manually set what the acceptable values are for each piece of information. Once this is done, API.ai uses these definitions to extract meaning out of spoken sentences. The user can provide information naturally, out of order, all at once, or in pieces. The action can ask follow-up questions as needed. Pretty neat, right? Once you've set up everything in the API.ai console, you can then test it all out immediately with example sentences. Then you can test your project with the web simulator, preview it on Google Home, or deploy the full project to Google, all from within API.ai. Next, you can connect up an optional webhook to your intent to allow it to interact with a backend server. When all the details you need are filled in, your webhook is called with the appropriate details provided as JSON data. You don't need to worry about parsing strings or dealing with responding back with follow-up questions for the user. You can also develop the webhook using the language and hosting platform of your choice. It's just an HTTP callback. So API.ai makes this really simple. It's easy to get started, and you can have a prototype working in just a few minutes. You should check out our screencast video where we show all the steps to make this happen. So the Google Assistant is the next big opportunity for developers. By developing Actions on Google, you'll get cutting-edge experience in natural conversation interfaces and be ready to actively participate in the emerging space of AI-first computing. In addition, you'll be able to help shape the platform and grow your audience in all the devices and contexts where the assistant will be available in the future. And thanks to conversational interface building tools like API.ai, as well as Google's unique understanding of the user's interests and contexts, you'll be able to create frictionless, intelligent experiences for people that engage with the Google Assistant. You can find out more about Actions on Google by reading the documentation at developers.google.com/actions. We also have an Actions on Google developer community on Google+, so you can ask questions and share your ideas with everyone. We look forward to seeing what you build, and I'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Nandini from Google's Conversation Design team, here to give you some tips on how to design your own voice and chat UIs using Actions on Google. Before we dive in, let's have a conversation about conversation. Consider this. All human inventions start as ideas. By definition, conversation is the exchange of ideas by spoken words. And by definition, civilization is the most advanced stage of human social development. It's the tangible expression of our common understanding and values, which is expressed through language. And language is molded and refined by conversations. A conversation is a contract between two participants with a mutual investment in the outcome. But all of that is really hard to codify. Building natural human-to-computer conversations is hard. But that's because human-to-human conversations are only deceptively easy. People are not going to change how they converse anytime soon. So the key to closing that gap between modern interfaces and thousands of years of evolution is to use what we know to be true about human-to-human conversation to teach our computers to talk to humans, and not the other way around. So the key to building a good voice interface is not to fall into the trap of simply converting a GUI into a VUI. Obviously, I can't teach you an entire design discipline in a few minutes, but I can give you 5 pro tips to set you up for success. Let's design a simple number guessing game along the way. Here we go. Number 1, leverage your brand and give yourself a persona. I don't mean a caricature or mascot necessarily, but you can do that too to make it even more accessible. A persona is more than that.
It's the consistent character captured by the voice and interactive experience. It's the face of that experience for the user. First, list the core attributes of your brand and what you stand for. Come up with the corresponding attributes that can be conveyed through design elements, and of course the voice dialogue itself. For example, if your brand is known for speed, something we at Google are known for, some attributes of the design might be to be intuitive and data-driven, since both of those elements cut out steps for the user. Some voice attributes for the actual dialogue wording might be engaging or apt or approachable, since those also tighten up the dialogue by removing ambiguity or making it easier for the user to have confidence in the interaction. Write a short style guide covering things like pace, tone, energy level, vocal attributes, and the overall impression that you're shooting for. Try to create a simple bio sketch of a character that might embody all of these attributes. Give it a name if you want. Also, there's a practical reason for creating a persona as well. It's a good grounding mechanism for you long term. Designers and developers will come and go, or multiple people could work on it at once. It'll give everyone something to fall back on for consistency. Finally, don't forget to identify yourself as a separate entity from the Google Assistant. That means greet the user. Number 2, think outside the box, literally. It's tempting to draw out a conversation path visually and plug in the dialogue and then dive right into the code or start stringing together blocks of context to write a working agent, and then back into the experience iteratively. We don't recommend this. You can, but I promise you it'll save time and give you a much richer experience to map out the core conversation paths ahead of time. This doesn't mean just the so-called happy path. It doesn't mean error paths either. Instead, write out your core experiences like you would a screenplay. This can be as scrappy as acting it out and documenting it on paper, or create an interactive prototype you tweak and play with until you're ready to start coding. And then, when you draw out your initial vision, keep it at a high level, where the boxes present entire dialogues or user intents, but leave out the individual wording you'll use in the interaction. Number 3, context. Here are just some types of context you can consider and infuse into a conversation to make it more meaningful. Where is the user? What are they doing? What type of device are they interacting on? How is the experience influenced over time? Where is the user's frame of mind in relation to what they're trying to do? Try to cater to their intent, not to a specific feature. Number 4, speech recognition technology isn't perfect, but it's getting better all the time. So for the most part, you might want to treat that as a black box that'll continue to improve. You have to, of course, be aware of its limitations, but try to step back and look at the interaction from the user's perspective when something goes wrong. You don't have to try to steer the user back to the original question if they don't get recognized immediately. There are so many reasons they might not have been. People hardly ever say nonsense. Try to take those so-called errors and make them into another meaningful turn in the dialogue. Finally, I leave you with a challenge. This new world of conversation design for machines opens up a great deal of opportunity that hasn't existed before for us to use technology to advance our lives. Sure, as you get started, create some games, but I urge you to think bigger eventually. Help give someone access to information or technology that they couldn't use before because of a physical, mental, or an economic disadvantage. We're excited to help you do that with Actions on Google. Check out the description for some resources, and we can't wait to see what you create.
We're bringing together a really talented group of designers and developers to collaborate and innovate and generate exciting ideas for what can be done on the Android platform.
Within this context of a sprint, I really think that the distinction between designer and developer is blurred. It's all about problem solving and getting it done.
You're not working with designers as an engineer making a mistake to begin with. I feel like every designer or engineer brings a perspective to a project, and that's what's nice about working with a designer. You think like an engineer, and designer comes and brings a perspective. In this group, I'm happy to work with super talented designers. It helps me understand Android better because I see how they're thinking about it. It kind of kills my prejudgments about the product, and I start thinking about it from a fresh perspective.
We focus in on generating a broad range of ideas that are really innovative and far-reaching, and then prototype and pull together concepts and prototypes to demonstrate and create a vision for what those concepts could be.
I never was really familiar with the idea of using this type of process for ideation, and it's impressive to see the degree of precision that Kai specifically has introduced in the way that she's run this process. It's been really enjoyable to see specifically how one exercise leads into the next and the next and the next, and how that can actually effectively yield good ideas.
We're a very small company, so effectively we're doing similar things all the time, but we often rush straight to the solution. It was nice to see some structure around, I guess, the process. So, it starts here and, you don't get to fix it straight away. It's like define the problem, then go to this step, then go to this step. And that kind of structure, though it seems kind of burdensome, like it actually improved like the overall thing we came up with.
When you're in a company, you tend to think about how the company kind of does something and how the things that you've learned in the past, and then here is just kind of like a blank canvas again, and you get to start new and then rediscover the things that kind of work in a workflow or in a much more creative space. I mean, here we tried to build something in 3 days, which is insane. This is the first time we actually been in a sprint with just doing Android 2, and I would love to bring some more of the Android sprinting back to our company.
I think design sprints facilitate interdisciplinarity, interoperability, and all of the kind of amazing things that can happen from a good collaboration.
One of the really exciting features of Android is that it's a very open platform. Anyone can come and write their own apps and create their own concepts. We want to bring that opportunity of openness to the design community and inspire designers to generate concepts and ideas and design really cool apps that leverage the openness of the platform.
I was impressed with the openness of Android. It's definitely a unique thing that you might not find on iOS or other systems. In our app in particular, there's things that we definitely couldn't have done on iOS that are actually really useful. And it is nice because the app can organically come with you into the rest of your life.
I think for me, one of the big awesome parts of it was that I was able to begin to learn Android, which is something that I've always wanted to do as a prototyper. I just would like to get to know Android better, and this is a really big jump start.
One of the few constraints that they put on us here at the Design Sprint was to sort of come up with something that's unique to the Android ecosystem. And as we were going through all of our, crazy eights and all of the myriad ideas that we had come up with, we actually abandoned some of them that were cool because they were kind of something that could feasibly be built on any platform. And I think that giving us that constraint infused our other ideas with more creative solutions. And I think what we came up with is so simple and so delightful and only available on Android.
Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. I used to play a lot of computer games. I was completely fascinated about it. I started to feel like I should prepare such games. I just wanted to learn how these applications react to humans. Somewhere, the dots were not getting connected. So I started reading blogs on all the possible online resources. Luckily, from GDG Bangalore, I got an invitation for Google Mobile India 2015. If I attend this competition, I could get a sponsorship for NanoDegree. I was completely excited. I figured out that's what I required to connect the dots. It's like being really in front of a teacher. It enabled me to develop a production-ready application and converting my idea into reality, something that helps education and make the world a better place. Now I'm feeling relaxed.
when we want to learn something, it's not very comfortable for girls. Generally, they don't go out and learn with with other colleagues. They don't prefer learning with someone. The reason I go to Udacity is because a friend of mine told me about how wonderful the course is, and even if you know nothing about Android, the courses are designed so that you don't have to have a very much detailed experience in Java or Android. So when I started the course, I was like very scared that like maybe it will be too technical for me to understand, because I don't know very much about Android or Java in very deep, like how to have some logic into a program and how to code in general. But the instructors, like my favorite way, Catherine, she makes it so interesting and so normal. You don't feel like that you are learning something, and it's a good way to learn online. Whatever I feel like learning today, I could just go and then search for it, and there will be a course available for that.
I was an HR. I was working as a recruiter, and I was completely unaware as to what I am supposed to do. I used to feel that I just don't want to be a recruiter. I want to be on that other side, talking technology and talking about gadgets and how technology is changing our day-to-day lives. One of our relatives, he challenged me that you are a girl and engineering requires a lot of designs and drawings. I wanted to prove him wrong, and that was the time when I heard about Udacity. I started taking some online courses in Java and Android, very basic things. It is little difficult, but it's just that I don't want to feel that, that sense of regret. I just don't want that. So Udacity has actually been a savior in my life. The quality of the projects is very good. It's like, after completing those, you feel like you have conquered something. Actually, I finished my 9th degree yesterday, and so today it's just going to be the celebration.
I couldn't be happier to be here to see the launch of the Android Skilling Program. There's going to be so many new, great Android developers here in India.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you know I'm from Delhi. Always fun coming back and meeting all of you.
We can scale up developers and scale up mobile developer training to help make India a global leader in mobile app development.
Having the universities teamed up with us in the Skilling Program is going to be a huge opportunity and make a huge difference.
Finally, we've launched it. It's been a year since we first introduced this program. 2 million developers.
I think that it's a really achievable goal, and I think that it would do a lot for improving the environment in the country in terms of hands-on programming. So I think it's great.
It's a massive number. The possibilities are immense. India will be the largest developer base globally, and just to get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
Let's do something big. More games, more users, more success.
Yes.
Everything more.
Developing a successful app isn't easy. To reach a broad audience, you'll need to consider your iOS, Android, and mobile web users. And to build for these platforms, you'll need a backend server to store data and support the apps. Of course, you want to get your users logged in, hopefully lots of users, which means your backend will have to scale. Then after you've solved your scaling problems, you'll have to find more ways to spread the word to get new users. But have you found a way to measure all this activity? And oh no, your app is crashing and causing servers to melt down, and you haven't even made a dime yet. Don't you wish this could be easier? This is why we built Firebase. It has all the tools you need to build a successful app. It helps you reach new users, keep them engaged, scale up to meet that demand, in addition to getting paid. From the beginning, with Firebase, you'll have test lab and crash reporting to prevent and diagnose errors in your app. Your backend infrastructure problems are solved with our real-time database, file storage, and hosting solutions. Acquiring new users is easy with invites, AdWords, and dynamic links. And using the authentication component, you can get those users logged in with minimal friction. Once installed, you can keep your users engaged with notifications, cloud messaging, and app indexing. Then, with Remote Config, you'll have the freedom to experiment with new features and optimize the user experience in real time. And of course, you can earn money with the same AdMob component that's been monetizing great apps for years. Last, but certainly not least, our all-new analytics component, designed uniquely for Firebase, brings insight into how well these components are working for you and your users. With Firebase Analytics, you can measure and optimize your advertising campaigns, discover who are your most valuable users, and understand exactly how they are using your app. Now, all these components work great on their own and provide a solid infrastructure to build out your app, but they work even better when combined in creative ways. So let Firebase handle the details of your app's backend infrastructure, user engagement, and monetization, while you spend more time building the apps your users will love. To get started right now with Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web, follow these links for more information. Then, to manage and monitor your apps connected to Firebase, there's a web console to view crashes, set up experiments, track analytics, and a whole lot more. And to learn more about Firebase and all of its components, you can read the documentation right here. We can't wait to see what you build.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number one.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of updated curriculum. Developing 2 million Android developers, working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students, because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, believe.
Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017, our annual developer festival. I'm Timothy Jordan, a developer advocate at Google, and I'll be touring the I/O venue throughout the next 3 days, exploring the sandboxes, interviewing Googlers, and giving you eyes on the ground. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening at Shoreline, not just the sessions. You can follow along on any of the livestream channels on google.com/io. Google I/O is an outdoor developer festival hosting 7,200 attendees at Shoreline Amphitheater, along with millions of viewers on the live stream. That's you. And thousands of developers at more than 450 local I/O extended events across 80 countries. We have 14 content tracks with over 150 breakout sessions, all live streamed on google.com/io. There's also over 70 code labs live to get you up and running with our latest APIs today at g.co/io/codelabs. But before you get to any of that, let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard. Smart Reply, available in Inbox by Gmail and Allo, saves you time by suggesting quick responses to your messages. It utilizes machine learning to give you better responses the more you use it, and it already drives 12% of replies in Inbox on mobile. Starting today, Smart Reply is coming to Gmail for Android and iOS too. We're excited to announce that our second generation tensor processing units are coming to Google Compute Engine as cloud TPUs, where you can connect them to virtual machines of all shapes and sizes and mix and match them with other types of hardware, including Skylake CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs. You can program these cloud TPUs with TensorFlow, the most popular open source machine learning framework on GitHub, and we're introducing high-level APIs which will make it easier to train machine learning models on CPUs, GPUs, or cloud TPUs with only minimal code changes. Many top researchers don't have access to anywhere near as much compute power as they need. To help as many researchers as we can and further accelerate the pace of open machine learning research, we will make 1,000 cloud TPUs available at no cost to ML researchers via the TensorFlow Research Cloud. Android O, coming later this year, will bring more fluid experiences to your smaller screen, as well as improvements to battery life and security. With picture-in-picture, you can seamlessly do 2 tasks simultaneously, and Smart Text Selection improves copy and paste by using machine learning to recognize entities on the screen. Google Play Protect is Google's comprehensive security services for Android, which provides powerful new protections and greater visibility into your device security. Play Protect is built into every device with Google Play, is always updating, and automatically takes action to keep your data and device safe. We also have an early preview of a new initiative for entry-level Android devices that internally we call Android Go. The goal is to get computing into the hands of more people by creating a great smartphone experience on all Android devices with 1 GB or less of memory. Android Go is designed with features relevant for people who have limited data connectivity and speak multiple languages. Of course, way more was covered in the Google keynote, including new ways to share with Google Photos, including photo books, new ways that Google Assistant can help you do even more, investments in the core technologies that enable VR and AR, and in platforms that make them accessible to more people. Have questions about I/O 17? Tweet them starting today through May 19th using hashtag IO17Request. A team of Googlers will be on site chasing down answers for you. Make sure to also follow the conversation on hashtag IO17 and on the Google Developers blog. Make sure to tune in to the developer keynote at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll see you right here on the live stream between all the sessions. This is Google I/O 2017. Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll be here between sessions to guide you around the in-person experiences at the festival. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening on the ground. Have a question about IO17? Tweet it our way today through the 19th using hashtag IO17request, and a team of Googlers will be on site tracking down answers for you. You just saw our developer keynote where Jason Titus led you through our investments in tools and services for developers. That's you. It's our goal to simplify repetitive tasks like dealing with user login, analytics, or synchronizing real-time data. We're providing tools to make it easier to solve these and other everyday problems in simple and powerful ways. And we want to help you build amazing new experiences with machine learning, VR, and voice-enabled interactions. Let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard along those lines. Android is officially supporting the Kotlin programming language, in addition to the Java language and C++. Kotlin is a brilliantly designed, mature, production-ready language that we believe will make Android development faster and more fun. Android Studio 3.0 Canary is our new preview that includes 3 major features to accelerate the development flow. A new suite of app performance profiling tools to quickly diagnose performance issues, support for the Kotlin programming language, and increased Gradle build speeds for large-sized app projects. With Firebase, we're providing more insights to understand app performance through a new product, Firebase Performance Monitoring. We're also introducing integration between hosting and cloud functions, adding support for phone number authentication, and improving analytics. Oh, and we've also started open sourcing our SDKs. We've introduced new innovations for you to make it easy for your users to pay for services with the Google Payment API, to build profitable businesses with a completely redesigned AdMob, and to grow a user base with universal app campaigns. There are several powerful new features and reports in the Play console to help you improve your app's performance, manage releases with confidence, reach a global audience, and grow your business. Android Instant Apps is a new way to run Android apps without requiring installation. Now anyone can build and publish an Instant App. There are also more than 50 new experiences available for users to try out from a variety of brands such as Jet, New York Times, Vimeo, and Zillow. And finally, we're adding 2 new certifications for web developers, the Mobile Sites Certification and the Mobile Web Specialist Certification. Those are some of the highlights. Check out our Google Developers blog for a more in-depth recap of this afternoon's announcements. We have 14 content tracks with over 140 breakout sessions, all live streamed. And in between them all, I'll be your all-access pass with sandbox tours, interviews, and even a peek or 2 at the parties. Tune into the live stream on google.com/io, catch me in between sessions on any of the live stream channels, and follow the conversation on hashtag IO17. This is Google I/O 2017.
At this time, please find your seat. Our session will begin soon.
Ready to go.
Okay, everybody, we're going to get started. Go ahead and take your seats. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the weather's been okay today, right? It seems like it's been a good day to be outside. Anyway, thank you for being here at I/O. Thank you for joining us at one of the first session slots. My name's Ben Galbraith.
And I'm Francis Ma.
Together, the two of us product manage Firebase along with a big team. And we're really happy to be here to talk to you about what's new in Firebase. This is our agenda. What we do is first give a bit of an overview to Firebase for those of you who are new to the platform. And then we're going to spend a few more minutes talking about Fabric and what you can expect from Fabric and Firebase working together. And then we'll spend the majority of our time on a whirlwind tour of what's new across the wide swath of Firebase. We have a lot of material to cover, so we're going to keep it pretty high level, but we're going to point you to more detailed sessions that are happening after this talk that will go into various more levels of details.
So since day one, our mission has been to help you build a better app and grow your business by providing many of the tools you need in solving the common problems throughout an app development lifecycle. For example, if you're just starting out building a new app or looking to build a new feature, you might need to set up some back-end infrastructure quickly and easily, like having your own login system or a database to store and sync data. Or let's say if you've built an app and you're looking to fine-tune the performance and the stability of it, and you need a tool and have a way to monitor whether errors are happening out in users' hands. And if you're a serious developer looking to run a business, it's important that you have insights to how users are using your app and perhaps a way to refine and fine-tune your app experience to enhance user engagement and retention. Now, we want to provide many of these tools to help you solve these common problems so that you can channel more of your precious time and energy into building a differentiated business and app and focus on running your app to be successful.
So this sort of vision that Francis talked about comes together in two basic categories in Firebase. Tools that help you develop your app and tools that help you grow your business or grow your user base. And all of these are designed to help with common problems that we've found in our own careers as software developers and that we've learned from you as we've partnered closely with the development community to understand what problems you're facing and what you'd like to see us address. We also find opportunities to base Firebase off learnings from Google's own internal tools that we've developed to help us develop at scale and release some of the billion user applications that we talked about earlier today. We try to have all these tools integrate really well together and also integrate with the rest of Google. Some of those integrations include the Google Cloud Platform. Many of our developed tools are built right on top of Google Cloud, which gives you that scalable foundation that can get to planet scale as you need it. Another example is Google Analytics. The analytics tool inside of Firebase is built by the Google Analytics team and AdWords. And so all of these integrations really give you these on-ramps into these sort of scalable growth paths as your app gets bigger. But Firebase gives you this great way to get started in a really easy way. Generally, all of the Firebase products are available on iOS and Android, with one exception, TestLab, which is Android only. And then where appropriate, we've also introduced SDKs for other platforms, such as the web, C++, and Unity. And we had games developers in mind with the C++ and Unity support when we created it.
So to hear how all these tools work, let's hear from one of our partners, Wattpad.
Right now we're working on a brand new storytelling experience called Tap, which is all about stories told through text messages, through chats.
The Tap team started off very small. We didn't have a lot of resources to test out a lot of libraries to help us grow very quickly.
Firebase gave us the ability to take what we would have done in many different places and integrate from many different services all in one place in one convenient package. And it allowed us to integrate that package and just get going with our development almost immediately.
The real-time database allows us to have schemaless storage, which means we can change the schema whenever we want.
We wanted to have the tap counters increment on the stories as the users were browsing through them, so you could kind of get a sense in real time what people were doing and what they were reading. And with Firebase, this is a trivial thing to implement. You basically just add a watcher onto the count nodes, and it comes back to you in real time.
Since our app is supported on both Android and iOS platforms, Cloud Functions come in very handy. When a user makes and publishes a story, the Cloud function gets triggered and we send a notification to all the friends of the user so that they know that they made a story and published it.
There are times where we don't know whether or not to build a feature or to roll out a feature, and so we would use remote config and test it out with a smaller group of users first. And then we would look at the analytics dashboard, and when we see that, the feature is actually performing really well, we would deploy it at a larger scale. Remote config really made it fast and easy for us to make these really, really important product decisions.
We've reduced our typical app deployment schedule by more than half. That allowed us to go from effectively 0 to a working product in production, and that time span was just phenomenally fast for us. The app has been really, really well received in both Google Play and the iOS App Store. We've had over 1 billion taps in Tap so far through Tap Stories. We've had, in the first weekend that we launched our Story Writer, 25,000 people wrote stories. Firebase gives us the ability to focus on what we know best. That's storytelling. And that's giving our users the ability to immerse themselves, to interact, and to participate with stories in ways that were not available before.
So congratulations to the Wattpad team on the success of Tap, and thank you for building and growing with Firebase. So we had just highlighted one story, and we feel really privileged to have many partners from around the world who've taken this journey with us and have also found their own success story through Firebase.
In fact, over 1 million developers have built apps with Firebase, as I mentioned earlier today, and this incredible momentum since we've unveiled this expanded Firebase. So we just want to say thank you to all of the developers who have partnered with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for starting the applause over there.
And it's through these inspirational stories, as well as the feedback from developers like you, that help our teams continue to work hard and expand the platform. Over the last year, we've made 40 major releases and over 100 updates to continue to refine and expand the platform, some of which you've heard today. And also, we're going to go into some of these in more detail. Now, as we walk through each one of these sections, we're also going to be mentioning additional sessions that you'll find at I/O to learn more about each one of these topics over the next coming days.
All right, so As many of you know, in January we joined forces with Fabric. They'd previously been at Twitter. Fabric was this mobile platform that provides great tools for app teams to build, understand, and grow their apps. The missions of our team and their team are really similar. And so from the beginning, this has been a really, really great arrangement coming together. We've long admired the team and the impact that they've had. Over 580,000 developers have used Fabric. They've been a pioneer in this space with Crashlytics, and we're working really hard to bring the best of these platforms together. We're going to talk about progress we've made in 2 areas here.
The first step we're taking is to bring Crashlytics into Firebase as our combined flagship crash reporting solution. Crashlytics is a tool that provides real-time insights into the stability of your app with information like app crashes and errors that are happening out in the field. And it also provides info like stack traces and device info to help you diagnose the issues. Now, what's cool about it is that in addition to showing you these errors, it also shows you how these errors impact business metrics like user retention so that you can prioritize and fix these errors accordingly. If you're an existing user of Crashlytics or Firebase Crash Reporting, we're going to be bringing these products together and paving a smooth transition path forward over the next coming months. And if you're eager to get started right now with the industry-leading crash reporting solution, we recommend Crashlytics.
All right, now I want to talk about digits. Fabric pioneered this great phone number authentication solution, and the Digits team and the Firebase team teamed up to create Firebase authentication, phone number authentication features. And I want to show you how this works. So you start out with a screen like this, and with Firebase authentication, you can use third-party authentication providers as well as your own email authentication system, and it manages all that for you. And now you have sign in with phone number. So you enter the phone number, and then we verify that this is a new user or an existing user, and then we generate a one-time code associated with the request. The user sent the code through SMS. They enter the code in the phone, and then once they've done that, we verify that the code's right. We handle all the deduplication logic that's necessary for multiple resending, and then we mint a secure user token and persist the session on the device. And you've got a signed-in user.
We've built on top some of the best learnings from Digits and have also added some additional benefits for Firebase authentication. First is greater stability. Firebase Auth is built on the same telephony infrastructure that is used by Google's own login system and in many of its own products. Second, we are providing a headless API for you to fully customize the UI of that login experience. So this isn't just a template where you can configure a couple of parameters. You can implement the entire UI layer on your own using this headless API. And to make it easy for you to get started, we have an open-sourced UI library that implements some of the best practices of a sign-in experience that we've learned over the years so that you can use that as a quick way to get started. And since it's open source, you can go in and tailor that specifically to the look and feel of your app. The third update that we've made, the third upgrade to this, is improvements on the Android experience. Now, we've deeply integrated with Android so that the user sign experience is a lot more seamless. First, as Ben showed you, through the login experience, we're able to automatically read the device's phone number and the verification code so the users don't have to manually enter those. And also, if the device has been verified recently, we wouldn't even send the verification code, and what that means for your users is just a one-tap experience forward. To get started on phone number auth, we're making this free for up to 10,000 verifications per month. From our learnings in Digits, we expect that over 90% of apps will be able to use this for free. Now, if you're wildly successful and you want to continue to scale, it's at 1 cent per verification for users in US, Canada, and India, and 6 cents for users worldwide. To help us focus and continue to innovate faster, we'll be sunsetting the Digits brand and the SDK. For existing Digits integrated apps, we'll be creating a migration guide and an auto import tool so that you can import your existing user base and auth tokens over. What this means is for your users, they will not have to re-authenticate when you migrate systems. So we're working hard to ensure there's a smooth path forward for you. Firebase Auth is available today on iOS and web, with Android rolling out in the coming weeks. As well, for existing Digits developers, we'll be releasing the migration tools in the coming weeks as well. So you've just heard some updates on this front. We're super excited to have the Fabric team join us. It's only been 4 months, but we're working really hard to bring the best of our platforms together. Now, we're also moving deliberately to ensure there's a smooth transition for our developers going forward. If you have more questions, and if you're interested to hear more about our vision, we'll be hosting a fireside chat right here at Stage 7 tomorrow morning with Rich Paré, the general manager of Fabric, Andrew Lee, one of the original co-founders of Firebase, as well as Jason Titus, the VP and head of our developer product group.
Okay, so let's get into our next category of updates around the Build Faster and Easier segment. This incorporates the real-time database authentication, which we just talked about, cloud storage, hosting, and Cloud Functions products. And let's dive in. So 2 months ago, we announced our public beta of Cloud Functions for Firebase. This gives you an easy way to take a directory of JavaScript functions or mini directories and deploy them to the cloud using our CLI tool, our command line tool, Firebase Deploy. Each of these functions that you create is automatically mapped to a URL so you can directly invoke them, but you can also map them to Firebase events, such as an analytics conversion event, when your users have done something that's particularly important to your business, or certain types of real-time database updates, or anytime a user signs in. All of these can trigger one or more functions that you've deployed. You can use these integrations to do things like send out user notifications when a user is signed up, or thank them for an in-app purchase. You can do image resizing, video transcoding, or machine learning on photos that have been uploaded. You can transform data before you save it to your database. And you can also integrate with external service providers using webhooks. One of our startup partners, Woo, integrated with Cloud Functions and had this to say about it. They found that they were able to move 3 times as fast at 15% of the cost of apps, 50% of the cost of their normal processes using functions. And we think that this is really a powerful model for your development moving forward.
Relating to functions, one of the announcements we have today is the integration with hosting. Hosting is an easy way to serve static content like HTML, CSS, and images. You can configure your own custom domain, and we'd automatically provision an SSL certificate for you and also serve it behind a global CDN so your users get a secure and fast download. Now, with the functions integration, what we do is we can now take requests coming into hosting and proxy it over to functions for additional server-side processing. So what that means is, in addition to serving static content, you can now use hosting with functions to build a fully dynamic web app. And so the other cool thing, the really cool thing about it is because functions is integrated with other parts of Firebase and also with the Google Cloud Platform, you can continue to integrate your web app with things like Firebase Auth that we talked about earlier, or really any other backend components. Put more simply, you can create a powerful, progressive web app completely serverless right on Firebase. We have an additional session to specifically talk about the functions and hosting integrations tomorrow afternoon at 5:30 with David East on our team.
All right, so hosting is how you can store static files that you need during your app's runtime. And we have another product called Firebase Storage, which is about storing assets that are dynamically generated at runtime. This is backed by the Google Cloud Platform storage product. What's new for us this year are 2 things. First, we've unlocked the ability for you to map existing Google Cloud Storage buckets that you've signed up for already into your Firebase project, whereas previously you couldn't do that before. The other piece is you can now choose the region in which you want to store your data. There's 2 reasons why this is important. One, for regulatory reasons, you often want to control the country in which your data resides. And secondly, it can often lead to performance improvements if you're able to specify where in the world you want your data located. So these are the improvements we made to cloud storage.
And then, of course, there's real-time database, Firebase's original product. The real-time database is a cloud-hosted JSON database that lets you store and sync data across connected clients in real time. So if you're building any real-time synchronous apps, like a chat app or a shared whiteboard or any kind of real-time collaboration apps, database makes it really easy because whenever you write data, it would automatically push the updates to keep all your concurrent connected clients synced in real time. Now, we have concurrent limits of up to 10,000 users today, and now we're expanding up to 100,000 simultaneous connections with this update. So think about this. 100,000 simultaneous users can plug in and connect to the database, and we would automatically push this, keep them in sync in real time for you. Thank you. Additionally, we've recently introduced a profiler to allow you to introspect the bandwidth and latency at path-level granularity to help you understand the usage of your data. So we just talked about several of the back-end services of Firebase. We have a dedicated session right after this here at same stage at 3 p.m. with Andrew Lee, one of the original co-founders, and also Michael Bly, one of our Eng leads, to talk about how you can use Firebase along with Google Cloud Platform to build modern apps.
All right, the next section we want to run you through is app quality. This is critical. No one wants their user sessions interrupted with a crash or poor performance. And in fact, over 50% of the poor app ratings we see in the Play Store come from quality-related issues. So we have 3 products focused in this area: crash reporting, test lab, and performance. We talked about crash earlier, but we're going to start with performance monitoring. So performance monitoring, when you declare dependency on performance monitoring in your Firebase project, you automatically get monitoring of your app startup time and also of network requests. We show you 4 aspects of your network requests. We show you the response time, the payload size, your success rate, and time spent waiting versus downloading for network traffic. So this is a powerful introspection into what's happening with your app. And you can also add your own time-based measurements. We call them traces. With these, you invoke a function at the beginning of your code and at the end that you want to measure. And then you can also supplement them with something that we call counters. So the scenario you can think of here is you can measure how long a certain request takes, and you can track how often you were able to successfully cache or miss on that request. And the cool part about performance monitoring is that we collect all these metrics for you, and then you can, through the console, drill in through a variety of different filters to see exactly what's happening across the world.
Yeah, we're really
One of our partners, WPS Office, implemented this. We had an EAP program for performance, and they found that they were able to increase performance by a significant amount as measured by click-through rates. They said they got 3 to 5x improvements on their click-throughs after they used Firebase Performance to see how long a certain part of their application was loading. This is something they just had no idea about. And in our experience, this is typical for developers. We just don't do a good job in general of instrumenting this data. And we think all of us are going to be pretty surprised once you start to see this data so easily at what's happening all over the world with our apps.
Yeah, we're so excited about the new release of the performance reporting tool, so sure to check that out. So we mentioned Crashlytics earlier, and we just talked about performance reporting. These are tools that help you monitor errors after you've shipped your app out in the user's hands. For Android developers, we also have Firebase Test Lab. With the diversity of the Android ecosystem, you may not always have access to the most popular devices to test your app with. And so this is where Test Lab comes in. Test Lab gives you access to physical and virtual devices hosted in Google's data centers. It's super easy to use. All you have to do is upload your app APK, and we have a robocrawler that would automatically traverse through your app to find errors and crashes. And when it does find it, we'll send you the error logs as well as a video capture to help you diagnose and fix the issue. Now, what's cool about Test Lab is that you can also run many tests in parallel as though you have a full team of QA engineers. So you can configure this in a matrix of different tests. For example, testing different devices, device models, the different device orientation and portrait mode or landscape mode, different OS versions, as well as different locales. Now, one of the new things that we're adding is first-class support for games. So if you're a game developer, you can now use TestLab as well to automatically run through your test loop. Adding to that, we're also reporting performance metrics so that you can see your CPU, memory, and network utilization. So I just talked about being able to test in different configurations. We're also expanding TestLab for you to simulate different network connections or network conditions, whether it's 4G, 3G, or slower, to see how your app behaves in the real world when the network connection varies. Also, we have expanded our device selection. You can now test on Samsung S7s as well as the Google Pixel. And of course, with TestLab, you get access to the latest version of Android O, so it's a great way for you to get started to make sure your app runs well with Android O. Now, I've talked about the simple path of using the RoboCrawler, where you just upload your app and we'll test it automatically. For the more sophisticated developers, you can also upload your own custom test scripts using frameworks like Espresso, and TestLab would run those manual tests for you as well. TestLab can also be integrated with popular continuous integration systems like Jenkins so that you can integrate this right into your development flow. For example, every time you have a build, it can automatically kick off a test through TestLab. So we just talked about some of the tools on how you can use Firebase to improve your app quality. We have a dedicated session later on today here as well at 4 p.m. with Nolan and Justin, the product and eng lead in this area, to talk about how you can use Firebase to improve your app quality.
OK, that brings us to the next section. What's new in our Grow-related tools? So this is a broad category that includes a lot of stuff. We only have time to cover analytics, cloud messaging, and remote configuration. We'll dive in now. So starting with analytics. Analytics is this free and unlimited tool that lets you instrument your app. And the reason we made it free and unlimited is we wanted to open up the opportunity for you to deeply instrument your app. We want you to add events everywhere you can so that you can have a really, really rich and granular view of what's happening in your application. This tool was built by the same Google Analytics team that's been doing this for over a decade. And so we've been able to take all the learnings of running the largest web analytics platform into this product. We've also integrated it with the rest of Firebase, which, practically speaking, means that you can target audiences of your users. Think of groups of your users with all of our products that are identified by analytics. So you can use this to, for example, send messages to just certain types of users, to use remote configuration, to test your application on just the right set of users, and it works really well. It's also integrated with BigQuery. This is important because BigQuery gives you this ability to dive in and explore your data in a variety of different ways using a SQL-like dialect that's really powerful. So you can explore your data in depth and find out exactly what's happening. So what's new in analytics?
Well, recently we had announced a feature called Stream View. Stream View provides a real-time streaming view of events that are coming into your app rendered in this new UI. As you can see on the screen, you can drill in by location, user properties, and events to see how users are using your app right now. For example, how many users are at level 5 of my game right now in Brazil? So it's a great way to see what's happening. Now, relating to Stream View, you can also drill in deeper, specifically down to the individual user level in a view called User Snapshot. So you can zoom into a specific user and see the events that are coming in. So this is a great way for you to, it's like doing a user study and watching how users are interacting with your app to see if they're using it in the way that you're expecting. It's kind of like doing Logcat remotely on the device and able to see how users are using it. Relating to Stream View is another feature called Debug View that is near and dear to my heart as a developer. Now, instrumenting your app and getting it all the details right before you ship it is oftentimes pretty hard. It's kind of like writing 1,000 lines of code and expecting it to compile syntax-free, bug-free, all in one shot. Now, maybe some of you can do that all the time, but certainly I'm not that good. And so this is where Debug View comes in. Debug View provides this dynamic timeline view of events that are coming in from your connected development device. You can, again, zoom in to see the events that are coming in, examine the values and user properties to ensure that you have instrumented your app correctly. And if you do have a syntax error, or say you have an invalid character, or if the string is too long, it would also automatically flag that for you. So it gives you a quick way to iterate and make sure that you've instrumented correctly before you package up your app and ship it out to your users. Another enhancements that we've made to analytics is the integration with Google BigQuery. As Ben mentioned, BigQuery is our petabyte scale cloud-hosted data warehouse where you can do data analysis using SQL queries. And with the analytics integration, what we enable is raw data export from analytics into BigQuery. And what's cool about that, it means you can also join additional data that you might have. For example, one of our partners, NPR One, had created a universal user ID across their mobile app clients. So taking that data, the analytics that are coming in from their mobile clients, they're also able to map that ID from their server-side logs to see end-to-end how users are interacting with their app. And it's a great way to also join all the data across platforms to get a full view. One of the enhancements relating to this is that we have enabled real-time event streamings for conversion events from analytics into BigQuery. Another aspect is we have enabled the connection of a tool called Data Studio, which is part of the Google Analytics suite that allows you to build custom data visualizations and reports on top of BigQuery. So let's think about this. You have analytics that can export raw events into BigQuery, and now you can use Data Studio to build your own custom report right on top of that. So what that means is essentially you can create your own analytics UI suiting to your needs. And as I mentioned earlier, because the conversion events can be streamed in real time, these reports can be fresh to show you the most important metrics for you. And another thing that we're providing relating to the Data Studio are pre-made templates so that you have examples to work off from to get started quickly in building your own custom reports.
All right, let's talk about cloud messaging. Firebase Cloud Messaging gives you an easy way to send notifications to your users, either programmatically in response to events, for example, or manually with a console you can use in the Firebase website, the Firebase console, to go in and send a message to a particular set of users. FCM works across iOS, Android, and the web. And our recently released FCM JavaScript SDK makes it even easier for you to set up your website to register to receive notifications. We've also made a series of other enhancements to FCM. First, we've expanded its ability to target users with notifications by letting it send notifications based on user properties. So user properties are really, really granular attributes of users that include things like the version of the OS that they happen to be using, the version of the app that they're using, and it can be properties that you come up with as well that you assign to your users. And so now you can send notifications just to the set of users that map particular custom attributes that you're interested in. For iOS developers, we've also made a series of enhancements. First, we've added support for token-based authentication for APNS, which is really important for the iOS community. We've also added support for Apple's HTTP version 2 API, which means you can use larger payload sizes in your notifications. And we now have a bulk import feature for APNS tokens. So it's easier for you to migrate from using APNS tokens to FCM tokens as you interact with FCM. And finally, we've simplified the logic involved with registering with FCM on iOS. So we've made FCM a lot easier to use if you're an iOS developer and expanded its capabilities overall.
Another tool to help you with user engagement and tuning retention is Remote Config. As the name suggests, Remote Config lets you change the configuration of your app remotely and on the fly. Very similar to FCM, you can also do this targeted based on different user segments by different user properties, device type, OS versions, and also custom audiences that you create through analytics. The config itself, it's just a simple key value map. So it's simple and yet flexible to do many things. For example, you can change the value to control a feature rollout. Or say you can change the value of, to manage a different price for something that you're selling in your app, or maybe even changing the value to modify a button label to different audiences to see which one performs better. As an example, we have one of our partners, Cookbook Recipes, that had used remote config to customize their own user onboarding flow based on the user's location. So users who are from India would get one personalized experience, and users from Italy would get something else. By using remote config, not only were they able to get this started quickly because they don't have to worry about creating their own infrastructure or manage the scaling, it allowed them to modify and fine-tune the user experience and the onboarding flow. And what they saw through the tweaking of these onboarding flows was the increase of over 200% of new user signups. So we've just touched on some of the tools that help you use Firebase to grow and engage more users. We have another session here tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with Jumana and John, two of our product managers in this area, to talk more about how you can grow with Firebase.
Okay, now we're going to talk about the last section, which are the new developer resources that we've created to help you make the most out of Firebase. To start out with, we want to talk about Fastlane. So Fastlane came into Firebase through the Fabric team, and it simplifies releasing your iOS and Android apps by automating many of the tedious tasks associated with that process. So think about building your app, generating and localizing the screenshots that you need, code signing, deploying to the App Store. All of these things can be automated. This product is fully open source and customizable. It's got over 180 built-in actions and another 160 actions created by the open source community, and it's passionately loved by its community of users. So we encourage you to check it out.
We've also created resources to help developers learn more about Firebase. For those of you who are in interactive learning, we have an online video course through Udacity to teach you more about Firebase in a weekend. To date, we have over 15,000 developers that have completed this 3-day course. So if you're into interactive learning as opposed to reading documentation alone, this is a great way to learn more about Firebase, whether you're just getting started or looking to expand your integration. Check it out at udacity.com/Google. Hearing from our customers and incorporating feedback is a key part of our product development process. And we would not be here today without the developer community and feedback from developers like you. So thank you for that. And we're looking to expand our ability to collect feedback with the launch of a new Firebase Alpha program. The Firebase Alpha program provides early access to some of our in-development features so that you can have the opportunity to provide early feedback and also help us shape Firebase. So we're really looking forward to hearing from you. Please sign up at firebase.google.com/alpha.
Finally, we also shared that we're open sourcing many of our SDKs. This is a really big effort for us, and it's a long-running effort. And we've made enormous progress at getting to this point. We've open sourced these SDKs at our GitHub repository, github.com/firebase. And you can see the source for many of our iOS, JavaScript, and admin SDKs right now, with more to come in the coming months. This is a really important initiative to us, and we'd love your feedback on these projects. We'd love for you to get involved, and we'd love for you to tell us more about what you want out of our open source efforts. Finally, we have a bunch of additional sessions today, tomorrow, and Friday on Firebase. And we have a short URL there that takes you to the Google I/O site with a Firebase filter for you to review all those sessions. You can also filter it yourself. We'd love for you to come to the sessions to learn more. We also have dedicated office hours times when you can come and talk to the Firebase team. Generally, the Firebase team are all those folks in the yellow shirts. There are a few sneaking around in the blue shirts, too. But they're all back there. We'd love for you to just stop us anytime, ask us questions. This is really your opportunity to engage with us. Let us know what you think and how we can better serve you. And then after the talk, we also have a sandbox area where you can also ask us follow-up questions.
So you've just heard us talk about some of the updates we've made to Firebase. You might be wondering, so what's next?
Yeah, we thought we'd share a couple of thoughts about where we're headed. Overall, we're on a mission to simplify development. and app success. And we're interested in making the biggest impact we can in this area. And so you're going to see us continue in this next year to update Firebase throughout the year to do more things here. More specifically, serverless is a big theme for us. We're really excited about empowering you to focus your energies on the client, which is really where your users are interacting with you, and let us do the heavy lifting behind the scenes on all the infrastructure and give you a world-class high-performance back end. I think of sort of the idea of full-stack development and taking that stack of things you have to know and reducing it down so that you can be really productive, knowing less and worrying about less.
Another big theme for us in the year ahead is to continue to deepen the integrations within Firebase products so that you can continue to get more value out of Firebase as you continue to use more and have these components working better together. Speaking of working better together, we had mentioned about having the Fabric team join us at Google, and we're going to be continuing to work hard to bring these platforms together to ensure they all work better together. Another key theme is also with analytics being the core of Firebase. We want to continue to provide more insights to you so that you can better understand how users are using your app, and also provides insights to help you use Firebase more effectively. What we want to do is we want not only provide the tools, but to make it also easier and empower you to continue to build a more successful business.
So we're going to continue to help you develop, and we're going to continue to help you grow your app success. Thank you very much for spending this time with us. We just barely got through the overview. Please continue to engage with us here, also through our Google group, and everywhere else that we are, also on Twitter, and help us understand what we can do to better serve you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the
Welcome everyone. We have with us Soham Mondal today, who is a Google developer expert for user experience. Soham, what is UX according to you?
So UX is, as you know, right, user experience. It's about understanding the need, the basic goal that they want to achieve, and helping them achieve that goal, as simple as that.
Recently, your app got featured on the Play Store. So what are your tips for other app developers?
So the first thing is do a lot of user research. Understand their backgrounds and motivations, why they are installing your app in the first place, and then build something for that. After that, once you've understood that, you've tested that, done some usability testing, then follow guidelines, right? Guidelines make your life easier. Follow material design guidelines and other guidelines. That's how my app got featured on the Play Store.
What are the tips you would like to give for people who are building for rural India?
The challenges in rural India are completely different. You have to first of all localize the application, right? There are so many languages in India. It's very important that you localize the app and make it very, very accessible. Apart from that, make sure that the gestures and icons and the overall application is very, very localized. So people are not used to swiping because that's their first computing device. So make sure that you are building something that they understand. And finally, make sure that you're doing usability testing, that they're able to achieve the task, right, in any kind of application. That's very, very important. So with all of this, I'm sure you'll be able to make a great application for the whole of India.
You are a BLR Droid community organizer. What is it that motivates you to give your skills and expertise back to the community?
I've been part of this community for, since 2009. And initially I was just a member. I used to go to meetups, I used to learn so much, I used to meet so many interesting people. Such a great experience that you learn something, you meet people, and then you want to kind of give back to it because it's so good. I've learned so much from it. It's only fair that I give it back. So that's my motivation.
We have with us Aparna Sridhar, who is a product manager at HackerRank. There are so many people who really look up to you. What really inspired you into technology?
I started writing my first program when I was, say, in 6th standard. Just playing around with BASIC back in the days when, we had dial-up connection. And when I decided what to do for, undergraduate studies, that's when, I had the option to again pick computer science, and at that point in time, I dated back to this enjoyable experience I had as a child and thought maybe I would give that a try.
Tell us about your experience as lead coach for the Udacity Android Nano degree.
Something that I would like to highlight about teaching is that it's been like the most fulfilling and gratifying, experience. Can I help that one student who almost wants to give up on programming, who almost feels like this experience is too hard? If I can help that one person at a time, progress, I feel like later in their life sometimes they would look back to do it for somebody else again.
What is your message to the women in tech out there?
We undergo a lot of stereotypes. I cannot tell you the number of times I'm the only woman in the room and automatically the question is, are you in sales, are you in marketing? The more women can do to break that stereotype, to embrace more of these roles, the more we can change this perspective that we do have in tech.
Thank you so much, Aparna.
Welcome. This is our first certification summit. You guys and ladies are among the first certified Android developers. The developer base growing very fast, going and becoming the largest developer base in the world. The interesting point is that India is a mobile-first market. However, the percentage of developers developing for mobile is relatively low. So we're trying to really supercharge that.
India is one of the emerging markets. 80% of the smartphone growth rate is expected till 2019. You guys are Android certified developers. And just imagine that you are going to reach these many people with your applications that you're going to develop.
They're not trying to solve for the entire world. They're trying to solve for their own users. You are, at the end of the day, developing a product not for yourself. You're developing for end consumer.
So I'm going to talk to you guys about what's new with Android O. Any of you guys use some of the Firebase 2.0 features?
Yes, it's about recognition, it's about getting a job, it's about growing your career, but there are bigger forces at play. I feel that development, mobile development, Android, can make a difference actually in the world, fixing problems in one's own community, whether it's water, education, environment. But we want to support you connecting to communities and create change in the world.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers. Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, three things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user's session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them. Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and Now on Tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then, your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links, and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google search, and allowing you to re-engage your users.
So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are going to love, but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting.
Android Instant Apps make it possible for users to access your app without having to install it first. Imagine users opening your app just by clicking on a link in an email or a text message. We've recently made Android Instant Apps available to all Android developers. To take full advantage of this, we have some best practices to help you make your Instant Apps user experience as great as that in your installed app, or maybe even better. You can find all this and more at the URL in the description below. It's important to keep in mind that by enabling your app to run instantly without installation, you're not creating another additional app. We're thinking of Instant Apps as another way to use the app your users already know and love. It's the same app, just without installation. By adding the ability to access your app directly from a link, a search result, or another app, it's much easier for users to engage with your app and get excited about it. If they decide to keep your app on their device permanently, they can then install it right from within the Instant App. The ability to launch an app without having to install it provides an enormous opportunity. For a long time, app developers have focused on the number of app installations as a proxy for the metrics their business really cares about. Without installation, users simply weren't able to engage with the developer's offerings at all. Removing this barrier to entry enables you to think about the metrics your business really cares about. Your audience is now just one tap away from engaging with your service. Your Instant App is just another mode your app can run in. So don't branch your UI and make any unnecessary changes regarding the layout, interface, design, or experience of your Instant App. The transition from instant to installed mode after installation should be as smooth and seamless as possible. Your users should have a rich and full app experience, even if they haven't installed your app. Rather than thinking of Instant Apps as a limiting factor to what your audience can do, think of it as an opportunity to get them to your functionality quicker and a way to foster your relationship with them. Avoid prompting your users to install the app when they're in the middle of a task. They'll be much more inclined to place your app onto their device permanently after it has had the opportunity to prove its usefulness. Refrain from bouncing them back and forth between your Instant App and your mobile web offerings. You can probably tell by now, instant apps are all about removing friction for your users and getting them closer to your functionality. Think about ways you can remove further barriers for your users. For example, wait until users can see the benefit of making an account and signing in until the value of doing so becomes apparent. Asking users to create an account after installation seems like a small additional ask when they've already gone through the app installation flow and are only just getting started. However, when they're coming from a link looking for specific content or functionality, being asked to register can feel very disruptive. Additionally, make sure to use available APIs to make your and your users' life easier. Using Google Smart Lock, for example, makes signing up and signing in a much simpler and straightforward experience. In summary, we really think that instant apps will unlock a lot of opportunity to engage your audience more directly. Users will be able to focus on what it is they want to accomplish rather than having to spend time maintaining and updating apps on their phone. We're super excited to see what you come up with. Everything I talked about here and much more you can find on g.co/instantapps. Thanks for watching.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Building Apps with Firebase and Google Cloud Platform. I hope you enjoyed the last Firebase talk where we talked about some of the new things. And I'm going to be doing a deep dive today speaking about how Firebase and Google Cloud Platform can be used together to build some really amazing apps. My name's Andrew. I'm one of the co-founders of Firebase. Before I dive in, though, I want to say how really excited I am to be here. Firebase has come a long way in the last 6 years. And this year has really been our best yet. So if you saw I/O last year, we really expanded the platform. And since that time, over 1 million developers have used Firebase to build an app. If you're one of those developers, thank you. I really appreciate the trust you've placed in us to help us build your app and to build your business. But first, let's take a minute to time travel back to 2011. Our team started working out of a co-working space in San Francisco. And one of the first things that we did when we began working on Firebase was write down the vision for what we were trying to build. And the first sentence read, "Build the simplest to use and easiest to understand app development platform in the world." We felt that cloud computing was breaking its promise to developers. Well, it had reduced the capital required for you to build and scale software. It had done very little to make the actual writing of that software easier. Cloud computing was supposed to save developers time. It was supposed to reduce their cognitive load and let them focus on delivering actual value to their customers. And it really hadn't done that yet. And we wanted to fix that. The amazing part about this statement is that this is still our mission today. This is still what we're working on. And it's gotten a whole lot easier since we've joined Google because we get to work directly with Google Cloud Platform. While Firebase is a full suite of products for building and growing mobile apps and web apps, we know that some apps need more than we can offer out of the box. For example, they might need specialized analytics or specialized types of storage. They might need to do intensive computations or, say, machine learning. And in many of these cases, the Firebase core offerings can't help you. But Google Cloud Platform can. If you don't know much about Cloud Platform, It gives developers the ability to use Google's computing infrastructure to build, deploy, and run software at massive scale. And this is a huge investment area for Google. We've invested more than $30 billion in the last 3 years on this infrastructure. And Cloud Platform offers a full range of products across storage, compute, networking, big data, and machine learning. OK, so what does this have to do with Firebase? Well, Firebase and Cloud Platform are really a complementary pair. And combined, they provide a full suite of products to let you serve even the most demanding use cases. And we've really designed this platform to make it easy to use them together. If you're a mobile developer, you can start using Firebase for its high-level mobile features and its rapid time to market. And then when your needs get more complex, you can move over and start using products from Cloud Platform to augment your app. On the flip side, if you're a back-end developer and you want to start with Cloud Platform, later you can start using Firebase when you build out your apps. This is all made possible because under the hood, Firebase and Cloud share a number of common components. First, they have a common foundation. They share the same project and billing and account systems. So when you create a Firebase project, it is literally a cloud project. Second, we're actually beginning to share products as well. We recently announced that Cloud Storage would be available through Firebase. Cloud Storage is Google's petabyte-scale storage offering. And we also announced that Cloud Functions would be available through Firebase. And you can expect to see more of these integrations going forward, with cloud products being available directly through Firebase. As we continue to integrate Firebase and Cloud Platform, we're seeing more and more customers doing great things together with these technologies. For example, National Public Radio is using Firebase Analytics in its mobile app. But NPR wants to do some more advanced analysis than they can do out of the box with Firebase Analytics. And so they're using BigQuery from Google Cloud Platform so that they can match their front-end behavioral data with their back-end usage data and improve their overall understanding of their users' engagement and retention. We believe that this combination of Firebase's mobile feature set and the full power of Google Cloud is really powerful and can support the needs of even the most demanding applications. So I'd like to show you in practical terms what that actually means for you. What can you do together with Firebase and Google Cloud? And to do that, I'll be building an app right here called Favorite Places that's going to let you post pictures of places that you love. For today's demo, I'll be building a web application. But everything that we do is fully cross-platform, so you could do this on iOS or Android, or even using our Unity and C++ SDKs. So here are the requirements for my application. First, I want to let users be able to log into the app so they can receive a customized experience. I want users to be able to upload photos of their favorite places. I want users to be able to view a feed of the photos that they've uploaded in the past. And I want those images optimized for mobile, so I'm not wasting bandwidth or battery, and so they fit nicely on the screen. To help me build this, I'm going to use several products for Firebase. We'll be using Firebase Hosting to actually host the static web assets, Firebase Authentication with the new phone number authentication you heard about earlier today for login, Cloud Storage for Firebase for storing the photos, and the Firebase real-time database to store my feed metadata. This is going to get us most of the way there, but we're still missing the last requirement, which was the ability for you to scale images to fit on your phone. Now, this is actually a relatively easy problem to solve client-side if we want to, but that doesn't really help us because mobile networks are slow, bandwidth is expensive, battery is expensive, and so we really want to do that resizing on the server side so we can optimize the delivery of those images. Ordinarily, this would be a huge hassle. We'd have to stand up a whole new service. We'd have to set up a 24/7 on-call rotation. We'd have to provision a bunch of servers. We'd have to deal with like all of the normal maintenance and scaling and operations of running that back-end service. And I don't want to do that. But fortunately, we have a much easier solution, which is Cloud Functions. Cloud Functions for Firebase is a product that we launched in March, and it gives you the ability to run small pieces of server-side code in response to events in your app without needing you to manage your servers or scale them out. This makes it really easy for developers to do things like send a push notification when a user signs up, or thank a user for an in-app purchase, or transform data before inserting into their database, or in the case of this app, do some image processing when a new image is uploaded. We launched Cloud Functions for Firebase in March, and the tremendous response we've seen has been really exciting. There are thousands of apps today built using Cloud Functions, and we've seen over 1 billion events running functions since then. Today, we support a number of event providers. You can see some of the products on the screen that emit events to Cloud Functions, and you should expect to see more integrated in the future. All right, so we have our requirements list. Let's actually dive in, and let's build this app. Can I get us to switch over to the laptop screen? OK. So to save time on the demo, I've actually kind of fleshed out the early stages of the app, so you can see what it looks like here. I've already populated a title bar, and we have a box for entering your phone number and a confirmation code, because we're going to be using phone number authentication. So let's add our first feature, which is Firebase Login. And login is really critical to this application, because we want to segment the data by user. You wouldn't want another user to be able to modify your photos or vice versa. And fortunately, with Firebase Auth, this is really easy to set up. We have an out-of-the-box experience that lets you log in with common providers like email and password, social auth, or even integrate with your own providers. And just today, as you heard, we announced phone number authentication, which lets your users log into your app using just their phone number and an SMS confirmation code. There's no passwords to remember or emails to type in. And Firebase authentication integrates really tightly with the other Firebase products to let you control access to different resources. So this is what's actually enabling us to segment the photos by user and the database data by user. So the first thing we'll need to do is jump over to the Firebase console, and we'll jump into our authentication tab, and we'll configure phone number authentication. So if you click authentication, sign-in method, you're going to see a new option today in the console called phone, and I'll open that up. And it turns out the configuration for phone number is really easy. You just have to enable it, which I've already done. So we're all set with configuration. Let's get started. All right. So for today's app, I'm going to be writing all of my code in TypeScript. If you like TypeScript, great. If you don't worry. You can do all of this in JavaScript. And remember, this all is fully cross-platform, so on your iOS or Android or Unity or C++ apps, you can do all of the same things. So the first piece of code I need to add is a reCAPTCHA on my page. And this is because Firebase phone number authentication uses reCAPTCHA to prevent spam and abuse. The next thing we'll want to do is hook up that GUI that you just saw, so that when I click those buttons for login or confirm code, that it actually runs the appropriate handlers to do the login. So I'll insert some code here. And this is doing a couple of things. First, when I click the login button, it's running sign in with phone number, which is actually kicking off the SMS verification to my phone. And then later, after I've entered that code and click confirm, it's going to call confirm on the verification that has been sent to my phone. All right. And then the next thing we need to do is actually handle that login event. So we want to make sure that after the user has logged in, we hide the login screen and we show them logged in content instead. And so we have a simple event handler here that's fired every time our authentication state changes. And I've hidden a little bit of GUI code here, but there's a helper here that's actually hiding the old UI and displaying a new UI. And I've set up a helper function here that we'll use for the rest of our example called onLogin. So I'll insert that here. And this is going to get called after the user has logged in. All right, that's it. We've added authentication to our app. Cool. Let's add our next feature. So the next thing I want to add is the ability to upload photos to my app. And just like with phone number authentication, the first place we're going to start is over in the console. So I'll jump back over to the Firebase console. This time I'll head over to the Storage tab. And storage in Firebase is cloud storage. So you actually get access to the full range of Google Cloud Storage products, including buckets in regions all over the world, as well as different storage classes. So if I click up here in the upper right, I can choose to add a bucket. And I can select regions in the US or all over the world, as well as different storage classes. But it turns out for this example, the default bucket is a US central multi-region bucket, which is actually perfect for what we're trying to do. And so I'm going to stick with the default for this example. All right, so let's actually add the code to upload images into my app. In the onLogin handler here, I'm going to add a little snippet. And again, we have a UI helper function that is setting up the actual input form for me to input my photo. And then it's calling into this function when the user adds their photo. And we just have a couple lines of code here to handle that. The first is creating a reference to the file to upload. And the second is actually writing that file into cloud storage. These 2 lines of code here is actually all you need to upload a file directly from your app to cloud storage. All right, we're all done with that. So now, if I deployed the app, you'd see that we could click the button, and it would upload the photo. But the next step is we actually want to resize that photo. We want to go over to functions, as I mentioned earlier, and we'll jump over to that code. And we're going to set up a cloud function that takes that new object, resizes it, and puts it back into cloud functions. So the first thing I'm going to do here is actually create my cloud function. And we have an SDK for cloud functions that makes this really easy. All you need to do is add something to your exports, like we did here, and we now have a resize image cloud function. And we bind that to the events coming from cloud storage with this line right here. So this means that this function is going to run anytime a new object is uploaded to cloud storage. The next thing we need to do is do a little bit of parsing. So I'll add some code here to actually look at the request and pull out some variables that we need. And we want to make sure that we're only doing image resizing for newly uploaded images. We don't want to have this event run when we resize the images, because that would put us in an infinite loop. So we're going to jump out of this function if this is not a new upload. And then let's do the actual image resizing. So I have a bit of code here that is first downloading the image from cloud storage to my local Cloud Functions VM and putting it into a temp directory. Then I'm spawning a new process with ImageMagick to do the actual resizing. And finally, I'm uploading that file back into cloud storage. And that should do it. That handles our image resize. So let's move on to our next feature. So we want to have a feed of images so you can see what was in our app, what we've uploaded previously to the app. And so we're going to store that in the Firebase real-time database. And we want to add to that feed after the image resize has occurred. Because if we did that beforehand, you might see the non-resized image. And we want to see the resized image. So we're actually going to do that in our cloud function as well. So I'll add a little snippet here, which after we've resized the code, is going to push a new item into our real-time database with some metadata about the new object to display. And then finally, we want to jump back over to our client-side code. And we actually want to display the feed in the app. And so to do that, we're going to listen on the real-time database to all new children of our feed. And for each of those items, I have some code here to actually add the UI. And I have a helper function to make that a little bit easier. Cool. So that should do it. So I'll just save this file. And I'm going to jump over to the command line. And I'm going to deploy this to Firebase. And we're going to let that run. And While this is running, I want to show you a couple of features that I maybe didn't mention earlier that I think are really exciting you might want to know about. So let's jump back over to our iOS simulator here. And let's look at the top of the screen. You'll notice that this app is hosted at favoriteplaces.pictures. This is a domain name I bought yesterday. And this is a custom domain. This isn't something that Firebase provided for you. This is something that I bought. And you'll notice also that there's a little lock icon right here. And that's because we're actually serving this page over HTTPS. One of the really cool features about Firebase hosting is that we automatically provision an SSL certificate for you on your custom domain, and we do it for free. So if you want a simple way to get your assets online on your domain with SSL, use Firebase hosting. The other cool feature I want to point out is that if you look in our code, at the top of our client-side code, you'll notice that there's no API keys up here. There's no default settings or configuration. It just declares this Firebase variable. And that's because Firebase hosting is actually configuring the Firebase SDK for me automatically. I don't have to put any special configuration here, which is really convenient to get going. But it's especially useful if I'm managing multiple environments. Say I have a staging environment and a production environment. This makes it simple for me to do that without managing those keys. OK, so let's jump back over to our deploy. It looks like it finished. Fantastic. OK, let's give this a shot. So I'm going to go back to my mobile app. And I'm going to refresh. Great. And I'm going to type in my phone number here. And I'm going to send myself an SMS confirmation. But Google doesn't know if I'm a human or not. So the reCAPTCHA is actually checking to make sure I'm really a person and not a bot to prevent abuse. And it wants me to select pictures of storefronts. I hope I don't fail this in front of all of you. How's that look? Is that right? OK. Oh, nope, that wasn't it. All right, I'm a human. Yes, great. And then I'm going to wait for my SMS. There we go. And I have it, so I'll type that in. All right, we're logged in. It worked. Cool. OK, so now I'm going to upload some photos into my app. So I'll click this plus button. And I actually have a few images already on my phone. So let's upload a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge. And I'll click that button. And right now, what's going on behind the scenes is I am uploading that picture directly from my mobile phone into cloud storage. That is triggering an event in Cloud Functions, which is then downloading that image into Cloud Functions, resizing it, putting it back into Cloud Functions, then adding some feed data into the real-time database, which is pushing that data out to my mobile app, and it is responding to an event on the device to update my feed. And all of that happened with the code that I just showed you. Now, I want to show you something that I talked about earlier, but I think is really easier to understand if you see it. And that is that when you're using Firebase, you are using Cloud Platform. Now, remember, we uploaded that image using the Firebase SDK for cloud storage. And we configured this using the Firebase console for cloud storage. So of course, if I go over and I look in the console for Firebase, and I reload this page, you would expect to see some images in here. I can look in here and see that there's content here. But what you might not expect is that if I go over to the Cloud Storage console tab in Google Cloud Platform, and I look in my bucket there, I see the exact same contents. They are literally the same platform. It's the same product. They have the same data. OK, so I think we're all done. I thought that went really well. I don't know about you guys. I thought that went great. And I really want to share this with my friends, and I think my mom would be super excited about this. So I'm actually going to pull out my phone here, and I'm just going to take a picture of this app here. Hang on, I got to turn my flash on. And
what are you doing?
Oh, hey, this is sort of awkward, Michael. I'm actually doing an I/O talk right now.
Oh, well, I know that, but now you seem to be trying to take a picture of your laptop with your phone. What's that about?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm really good with Twitter, and I have a lot of followers, so I just thought it'd be cool if I took a picture of the app that I just built, and I tweeted that. Actually, here, why don't you hold this, and then I'll just pose in front of the laptop. I'll just kind of go right here.
Wait. Wouldn't your followers rather have a link to the content that you have on the screen there than just a blurry photo from your phone?
Yeah, that might be cool, but it's not going to work because actually there's no way for me to share a URL of that content. It's a single page app.
Well, there's no way to share a URL yet. Tell you what, let me jump in here for just a second. I think I can whip something together in just a few minutes, and I think you'll like it. Can I take over here?
Sure, that sounds awesome. Yeah, give it a try.
Hey, everybody. I'm Michael Bly. I'm the engineering lead on Firebase hosting and the Firebase CLI. Can we flip back over to the slides for a minute? Great. So it's great that we have this app where we can upload photos and then take a look at a feed of our photos, but if this is supposed to be a sharing app, I think we're falling short. It's a little lonely. There's no way to share this with anybody else. So let's add one more feature to our app, which is a great social sharing experience. And for this feature, we're going to need four new requirements. First, we're going to need a shareable URL so that I can send it to any of my friends and they can instantly get to the piece of content that I'm trying to send. Second, we're going to need that content to be high performance and scalable. What happens if my tweet goes viral? I need to be able to handle that load. Third, we're going to want the image thumbnail of the photo that I'm sharing to show up embedded in the tweet so that people are drawn in and they have a bigger target to click. And finally, we're going to want to automatically recommend some tweet text so that people have a frictionless sharing experience. They just click a couple buttons and bam, they've shared it. Now, how am I going to tackle all of these new requirements? You might have heard today that we've launched a brand new integration between Firebase hosting and Cloud Functions, and that's really going to help us out here. Now you can create rewrite rules for Firebase hosting that will send matching requests to a Cloud Function that you specify. This gives you the ability to mix and match Firebase hosting's production-grade static hosting with the dynamic processing power of Cloud Functions. This is a great new tool to help you build capable, performant mobile apps. So Cloud Functions and Firebase hosting can get us most of the way there. That checks off 3 of the boxes. I can dynamically generate HTML for a shareable URL. Firebase hosting's global CDN gives me the performance and stability characteristics that I need. And because I'm rendering the content server-side, Twitter's crawlers can pick up that metadata and embed it in the tweet. But what I don't have is a way to automatically recommend tweet text. You'll notice that there was no title added to the photo when Andrew uploaded it. He just sent the image. So how are we going to tackle this last requirement? Well, luckily, as Andrew told you, a Firebase project is a Google Cloud project. And one of the Google Cloud Platform's strongest characteristics are its machine learning APIs. One of those is the Cloud Vision API that can analyze images and actually tell you about the content. One of the features of the Cloud Vision API is landmark detection. And when we're uploading our favorite places, that's a natural fit for this feature. So we're going to use that to help us out and build this feature. So let's jump over to the code and get started. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do, I'm in the browser code, and the first thing that I need to do is add, oh, sorry, could we jump over to the laptop? There we go. So we're in the browser code, and the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a share button to every item in my feed. So add a little piece of code here. So I'm just defining a share URL that's going to be /places/ and then an ID for my image. And I'm going to add that to this helper that we've already set up. So there we go. So with that change, now every image on my feed is going to have a share button that links to /places/ID. But of course, there's nothing there yet. So we need to build that functionality. So now I'm going to jump over to the Cloud Functions code. Now, one of the things that I like the most about Cloud Function is that I was already a Node.js developer, and Cloud Functions works great with the Node ecosystem. So I like building web apps with Express.js, And that works out of the box with Cloud Functions. So here, I'm defining a simple Express app. So I define my Express app, and I'm defining a single route, which you might recognize from the last screen. And then I'm just parsing a few things out of the URL, and I'm setting up some content. So I don't know what I'm going to use for the landmark name yet, but I have a URL and a description and a tweet. And now I need to send some data back. Now, I could use any server-side rendering framework, any template engine that I want. But for our case, in a simple demo, I'm just going to inline some HTML. So here we go. OK, so there's my HTML. It's a really simple page. But one thing that I want to call out are these Twitter meta tags that I have in the header. That's the metadata that allows Twitter to parse the URL and then display information embedded in the tweet. And Twitter doesn't execute JavaScript on your site. So this isn't something that I could have done just by loading the Firebase Web SDK and then manually rendering that with browser-side JavaScript after the fact. It has to be done on the server. Other than that, this is just a really simple page that will render my image and have a tweet button that when I click it will have some pre-populated text. So now I've built my Express app, but I need to actually export that as a Cloud Function. Luckily, as Andrew showed you, that's incredibly easy. I just add a single line export, and now I've created an HTTPS Cloud Function. And you'll notice that I just passed my Express app directly into that Cloud Function handler. I didn't have to do any special wrapping. There was no special handling required, because Cloud Functions works really well with the Node.js ecosystem. OK, so now I've built my Cloud Function, but I want to serve this on my own domain using Firebase hosting. So how do I go about that? Well, I'm going to jump over to the firebase.json. And here you can see that we already have one hosting rewrite set up that redirects any URL to index.html. And this is a great solution if you're building a single-page web app that's all browser-side, because you have JavaScript that runs in the client and figures out all of the logic for your page. But now I'm adding some server-side logic. Luckily, again, this is really simple. I just add one line of configuration that's going to rewrite my share URL to the function called serveSharePage that I just defined. So now I've not only built my Cloud Function, I've connected it to Firebase hosting, so it's going to serve on my domain name. Now, that's most of our requirements. But again, the last one was that we would auto-populate the tweet text with something relevant to the actual content. And another one of my favorite features of Cloud Functions is that when you're executing in the Cloud Functions environment, you are automatically authorized to use all of the Google Cloud APIs for that project. So if I want to use the Google Cloud Vision SDK for Node.js, there's no config strings or initialization that I have to pass into that. I just initialize it with a single line and an empty call. Now below, I'm going to replace this to-do with my actual code. So I have a single line of code that passes my GCS, my Google Cloud Storage file, over to the Cloud Vision API. And that's going to detect the landmarks and return that as a response, which I'm then saving as a variable and using in my HTML. So I think that's everything that I need to do. In just a couple minutes, I've built a social sharing experience with server-side rendered content that uses the Cloud Vision API to populate a description. So let's go ahead and deploy that. Now, while that's deploying, I wanted to call out one other thing that I did here. You'll see on this line that I set a cache control header in my response. Now, one of the best features of Firebase hosting is that we put everything behind a global CDN that caches things at the edge so that people who are in the same area get a lightning-fast response to images, to things that have already been cached. Now, by default, we're not caching Cloud Functions responses because we don't know how frequently they change, what kind of characteristics they have. So this is something that you opt into, but that's really easy. All you have to do is set a cache control header on your response. In this case, I'm saying public, which means this is OK to be cached by a CDN. I'm setting a max age of 5 minutes or 300 seconds, which is how long the browser is going to cache it. And then I'm setting an S max age, which tells the CDN how long it should cache it. In this case, 2 hours. So with that one line, I'm now telling Firebase hosting that you can cache any response from this endpoint for 2 hours when you receive it. And that's really going to help me with those performance and scaling characteristics that I talked about. So I'm going to go over to the deploy, and it looks like that's going to be finishing up. But I think that I've built everything that I wanted to build here. So let's see if my quick coding was enough to impress my boss. Hey, Andrew, can you come take a look at this?
Did you get it all working?
I think so. So I just deployed it. I'm going to refresh the page here to get the latest code. All right, so you can see now there's a share button, but I'm going to upload a new photo just for good measure. Let's take a look. How about, that was a great picture. So you can see it's processing the image just like before, and that is just running the same resize code that Andrew already showed you. But now I'm going to tap on the share button, and that is going to call out to my Cloud function running on Firebase hosting. And you can see that I have the image, and the Cloud Vision API has recognized this as the Palettes of Fine Arts. I also have this tweet button that makes it really easy to share. So I'm going to do that. And you can see that it has pre-populated the tweet text with check out my awesome picture of the Palace of Fine Arts and a link to that content. So I'm going to go ahead and tweet that. Great. And I'm going to pull up my Twitter feed just to see how that looks. Do a quick refresh. Try that one more time. There we go. And there you go. The photo's embedded in my tweet. What do you think?
Very cool. And that was super fast, Michael.
Great.
So I think the best part about this is that since this is at favoriteplaces.pictures, you can all pull it up on your own phones and give it a try right now if you like. And while you do that, I'm going to play with it myself, because that was super cool, Michael, and I want to try this. So I'm going to jump back over here to my app. And I'll choose one more picture. This time I'll do the arch. We'll let that upload. There we go. And I'll tweet one more time. There we go. Cool. Does anyone manage to log in on their phone? All right, I got some thumbs up. Awesome. Cool. Can we jump back to the slides? All right. To quickly recap, we just built that app using 6 different products from Google. Firebase hosting, Firebase authentication, the Firebase real-time database, cloud storage for Firebase, Cloud Functions for Firebase, and the Cloud Vision API. And all that together made this app work. There's a lot more I'd love to show you. That's just scratching the surface of the products that we have, but I only have 40 minutes to talk. So instead, I'll really encourage you to give this a try on your own. You can get started in just a few minutes at firebase.google.com or cloud.google.com. Our goal is really to handle the common infrastructure for you so that you can focus on the things that actually drive value for your users rather than focusing on making the basics work. I think you'll find that between the 2 platforms, we really have a pretty comprehensive offering, and we reach across the entire spectrum of mobile app development. So hopefully we can fulfill the requirements of even your most demanding applications. Before I go, I want to touch briefly on another topic I'm really excited about, and that is open source. Google has a long history of prolific open source contributions. Last year alone, we had hundreds of thousands of commits to open source repos on GitHub across more than 15,000 projects. And we've heard a lot of feedback from the Firebase community that you'd love to see Firebase do more of this as well. And so I'm really excited to say today that we are doing that. And today is the first wave of those releases. And it's going to include the SDKs for a number of the backend service products on iOS, the web, and our server-side admin SDKs. And we'll have more coming soon. By making our SDKs open, we're really trying to show a commitment to our community of transparency, and we're trying to build a stronger relationship with you. We haven't just thrown the code over the wall either. This is going to become a core part of our own tool chain. So if you want to report a bug or you want to send a pull request, we're listening, file issues on GitHub, send us a pull request. We can't wait to see what you do. You can go check out these repos right now on GitHub. The links are right here. If you want to learn more about Firebase or Cloud Platform, we have more than 24 sessions, I believe, at I/O. I highlighted a few of the most relevant ones here, but I really encourage you to follow the link on the lower right there that has a link to all the Firebase sessions. Also, there's a sandbox right out the door right here that has a number of the Firebase staff present if you have more questions. And I'm going to be waiting outside right here in the parking lot, too, if you would like to speak to with me after the talk. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exits. We'll be making room for those who've registered.
Launching a great app requires dedication and vision, but growing one takes revenue. How about a monetization solution tailored specifically to your app? One that has rich and engaging ads, one that works with Firebase to give you the insights you need to grow, and one that uses mediation to connect you with networks all over the world. Well, that solution is AdMob. Trusted by more than 1 million apps, AdMob offers developers everything they need to implement first-class monetization strategies. And when paired with Firebase, it's even better. AdMob is included with the Firebase SDK, and its APIs are built to make adding banners, interstitials, and video ads to your app simple. Plus, AdMob automatically selects the ads that pay you the most, so you can sit back and watch your revenue grow. And as your business grows, you can benefit from AdMob's advanced features. Say version 2 of your app has a slick new design, and now you need an ad format that fits naturally with your content. With AdMob's native ads, you can create CSS templates designed specifically for your user experience. We'll style the ads to match and display the result in a native ad view that fits your app like they were made for each other. And it doesn't stop there. AdMob helps you earn in-app purchase revenue too. AdMob can determine which of your users is most likely to make a purchase and target those people. They'll see an ad you design, and they can make purchases right there. Now, with your app's slick design and in-app products, it's become a worldwide sensation. But how can you make sure you're maximizing the revenue generated by each user? With AdMob, you can connect to ad networks around the world, bringing even more advertisers who'll compete for your impressions. And because you're using Firebase, you get access to free and unlimited analytics. Imagine a big-time blogger in Tokyo posts about your app, and overnight, your Japanese audience quadruples. With Firebase Analytics, you can easily spot the trend and then switch to your AdMob settings to tweak mediation configurations or start a campaign targeting your new fans. That's AdMob with Firebase. It's as easy as you want and as powerful as you need.
We are in the era of progressive web apps. Browsers are more performant and capable than ever, and front-end JavaScript frameworks like Angular and Polymer have simplified development of rich app-like websites. You can now build an entire application purely with static files like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Firebase Hosting is tailored for front-end web applications. Firebase Hosting is a developer-focused static web hosting provider that is fast, secure, and reliable. No matter where a user is, the content is delivered fast. Files deployed to Firebase Hosting are cached on SSDs at CDN Edge servers around the world. From San Francisco to Stockholm to Seoul, your users get a reliable, low-latency experience. And every site is served over a secure connection. Firebase Hosting automatically provisions and configures an SSL certificate for each site deployed, so you can get that green lock of confidence. Deploying your app from a local directory to the web only takes one command. So whether you're building a single-page web app, a mobile app landing page, or a progressive web app, Firebase Hosting has you covered. To get started with Firebase Hosting, check out our Quick Start to get you up and running in minutes. Happy deploying!
Consider the simple URL. A few years ago, these were pretty straightforward. You clicked on one and 9 times out of 10, you went to a web page. Then things changed. People started using their mobile devices for, well, everything. And these devices in turn started supporting the idea of deep links. Click on one of these deep links and it could take you not just anywhere on the web, but anywhere in an app as well. So you could use a deep link to point directly to a specific restaurant inside a reservation app, or give your new customers a personalized welcome based on the link that brought them to your app in the first place. At least, that's how they worked in theory. In practice, deep linking had issues. The same link wouldn't necessarily work on an iOS or Android device, and they behaved very differently, or didn't work at all, for users who didn't have your app installed. And for people who did install your app through a deep link, all of that great link info was typically lost during the installation process, leaving your personalized warm welcome out in the cold. So while deep links were great in theory, their uses were a little more limited in practice. Enter Firebase Dynamic Links. Firebase Dynamic Links are deep links that work the way you want them to. So you can create one single link that behaves one way on iOS, another on Android, and even a third on a desktop browser, and it will take you to a place that's appropriate to that platform. You can also set up dynamic links to change their behavior depending on whether or not your user has your app installed. For users who don't have your app installed, maybe you send them to your website, maybe you take them to the Play Store, or maybe you show them an interstitial describing the benefits of your app before you take them to the App Store for a smoother transition. More importantly, these links can survive the App Store installation process. So if your user installs your app when clicking on a dynamic link, all of that information is still available to you when your user opens up your app for the first time. So what does this mean? It means you can use dynamic links the way you've always wanted to use deep links. You can use them in marketing campaigns, from email to social media to banner ads to, heck, even QR codes. And in addition to install attribution tracking, you know, the kind that lets you know which campaigns are getting you the highest quality users, you can also give your users a customized first-time experience based on the campaign that brought them there. So if a user installs your music app because you showed them an ad for classical music, you can make sure your app takes them right to Chopin's latest hits when they first open it up. Dynamic links are great for sharing too. Your users can use them to share recipes, links to their favorite level in your game, or even coupon codes. In fact, dynamic links are the technology that powers Firebase Invites. And because dynamic links are a Firebase product, you can see their stats directly through the Firebase console. Find out how many people clicked on a link, or use Firebase Analytics to find out which of your users first opened your app through a particular link. To find out more about dynamic links, check out the documentation here and give them a try. And deep link away.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you could send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
Analytics. We all know they're important to building a successful app, which is why there are many different kinds of analytics tools for app developers to use. There are in-app behavioral analytics, which measure who your users are, what they're doing, and so on. And then you've got attribution analytics, which you can use to measure the effectiveness of your advertising and other growth campaigns, not to mention push notification analytics and crash reporting. But quite often, this work is being done by completely different analytics libraries, which means you've got reports living in various tools across the web, and trying to understand trends across these different reports, much less get them to talk to each other, isn't always easy. That's why we've created Firebase Analytics. Firebase Analytics is built from the ground up to provide all the data that mobile app developers need in one easy place. And it starts by giving you free and unlimited logging and reporting. That's right, no quotas, no sampling, and no paid tier to worry about. Simply by installing the Firebase SDK, Analytics automatically starts providing insight into your app. You receive demographic information on who your users are, how regularly they visit your app, how much time they've spent using it, and how much money they've spent in your app. But not all apps are alike, and you can get detailed information about what your users are up to by logging events specific to your app. These can include common events that Firebase Analytics has already defined, like when your users add an item to their cart. And there's also support for custom events you create yourself, like when a user completes a workout in your fitness app, or when they take a selfie in your photo app. Geez. But it's not just about seeing what your users are doing. It's also about discovering who your users are. So in addition to demographic information, you can also discover how your different groups of users behave by setting custom user properties. Have a music app and want to find out whether your classical music fans are browsing more albums than your jazz fusion fans? That's the kind of data you can easily break out thanks to custom user properties. And Firebase Analytics doesn't just measure what's happening inside your app, it lets you combine your behavioral reporting, what your users are doing, with attribution reporting, or what growth campaigns are bringing people to your app in the first place. So if you want to know which ad campaigns are bringing you the users who spend the most money, or are sharing the app with their friends, or have unlocked the last level in your game and are ready for the sequel, you can do all of that in Firebase Analytics. But don't stop there. Once you have all this information, you can take action on it using Firebase Analytics Audiences. Firebase Analytics gives you the power to build up groups of users, or audiences, out of just about anything you can measure in your app. Want to target users in Brazil who have visited the sports section of your in-app store? It's as easy as a few clicks in the Firebase console. Once your app has built up this audience, you can send them notifications using Firebase Notifications, or you can modify their in-app experience using Firebase Remote Config, or you can target them through AdWords, Google's ad platform. And then, because that impact can be measured using Firebase Analytics, you can confirm you're getting the outcomes you expect. Firebase Analytics already comes with a dashboard that lets you view answers for common questions. But if you need more specialized analysis, you can export all of your data into BigQuery, Google's data warehouse in the cloud, where you can run super fast SQL queries to slice and dice this data however you'd like. You can even combine it with other analytics data that you might be capturing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Firebase Analytics can do for you. To find out more, check out our documentation here and give Firebase Analytics a try.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2017 TensorFlow Developer Summit. And I'm delighted to see all of you here today.
Today, we are excited to announce TensorFlow 1.0. TensorFlow's philosophy has always been to give you the power to do whatever you want, but also make it easy, and this makes it even easier.
We really were hoping to build a machine learning platform for everyone in the world that was fast, flexible, and production ready.
The point of TensorFlow is to figure out how can we give this back to the community and be able to use TensorFlow to further whether it's the research or the production needs.
It's how we express our ideas, and it's
the piece of software our engineers and scientists spend most of their time interacting with.
So TensorBoard is a really exciting tool. It's something that will let you take the confusing world of TensorFlow and start to dive into it.
It's just a really amazing time to be an AI researcher.
One of the projects that we've been working on is using deep learning for retinal imaging.
Can we use deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate compelling media?
But this is just the beginning. The TensorFlow community is truly global.
We want to see all the amazing things that you guys can do with TensorFlow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Berlin.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Here we go. We're live. We have a lot of experience building some of the world's most popular applications, and we've learned a thing or two about what it takes to build an app. And we found that it's a pretty difficult process.
A lot of your time goes into running infrastructure instead of building the features that make your app your app. There has to be a better way. That better way is using Firebase.
We're now up to over 750,000 developers using the product.
If you use Firebase, your app's code talks directly to our powerful managed backend services. We take care of security and of scalability so that you can focus on building the features that your users love.
Today we're launching Firebase UI 1.0. It's an open source library. It has customized theming and it works for web and Android and iOS. So you can go ahead and drop that in and you'll have all of the UIs that you'll need.
Is my app set up correctly? Which events are being captured by the SDK? Are you receiving my events and parameters? We've built something, the ideal tool to answer all of these questions and these pain points.
App quality leads to better user retention. Better your app is, and the more stable it is, the more likely for users to come back and for your business to be successful and sustainable. And that's where we come in.
So we're really looking forward to get the feedback from the community, as always, to help us continue to refine our product and to work together to help you build a better app.
And we want you to be able to spend all of your energy on bringing innovation and creativity, something new to the world. That's really what we're trying to achieve here, is making all the infrastructure pieces simple for you. And I'm really excited for you to engage with Firebase and see how it can make you more successful.
All right, let's get back to the code.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into like Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by like the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date, and then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it, I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event, like this completed 5 levels event, and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, user counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by this other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
Are we live? Ready to go?
Okay. Hello, everyone. We're really excited to have you here today. I'm Nolan, and I'm the product manager for Firebase App Quality.
And I'm Justin. I'm the Eng lead for Firebase Test Lab.
Great. So today we're going to talk to you about building high-quality apps and games with Firebase. So today, building high-quality apps has never been more challenging. When you're building for so many different countries, each with their own set of devices, languages, and carriers, how do you know when your app is ready to launch? And after you launch, how do you monitor your application to make sure it's stable and performant in production? Well, we'll get to that in just a minute, but first, why is this even important? It's important because the data shows that the quality of your application has a direct impact on your business. Slow and crashy apps mean bad user reviews, and bad reviews mean lower trust in your application and ultimately fewer users and lower revenue. In fact, a recent analysis of Google Play Store reviews shows that 50% of the time when 50% of one-star reviews mention app stability and bugs as a problem, and on the flip side, 60% of five-star reviews mention speed, design, and usability. So the data here speaks for itself. If you have a low-quality app, your users will notice, and it will impact your business. So how do we build high-quality apps? Well, it looks pretty straightforward on paper. You build the core functionality of your application. You test it either manually or ideally in an automated fashion. You launch and distribute it in the App Store, and then you actively monitor it to make sure there's no problems. And you take those learnings and you repeat. But in reality, we know that this is very difficult to do without the right tools. And so at Firebase, we have some great tools to make your life easier. We focus specifically on the test and monitor phases of your lifecycle. And before you launch, we have something called Firebase Test Lab, which helps you test your app against a variety of devices to make sure it's in good shape before you launch. Then we also have tools that help you monitor your application after you launch in production. So we have crash reporting, which helps you find errors and crashes in production and alerts you of new and regressed clusters. It also helps you find the root cause of the problem by giving you stack traces and helping you identify what actually caused the problem. And crashes are a big problem, but often the problems that are toughest to diagnose are performance issues. So what's causing your app to be slow and why? So we're really excited to tell you about our new product, Firebase Performance Monitoring, in just a minute. So let's talk about Firebase Test Lab. So Firebase Test Lab is a physical and virtual device lab in the cloud. We know most developers only have access to a few devices to test their app on. So our goal is to give you easy access to a wide variety of devices that represent your user base. And that's why we're constantly adding new and popular devices from around the world. When you run a test, you can choose a combination of devices, OS versions, and languages to make sure that your app is going to work well for your user base. And we're also aiming to have the latest developer previews in our lab, so you can make sure that you're supporting the latest Android features with confidence. Now, every developer has a different workflow, so we have different ways to access the test lab. You can use the web console, the command line interface, and even Android Studio. And we also support popular testing frameworks like Robotium, Espresso, and UI Automator. Now, what if you don't know much about testing or you haven't had a chance to invest in test automation? That's exactly why we built Robo. So Robo is an intelligent app crawler that will find crashes and layout issues for you, and you don't have to write a single line of code. All you have to do is upload your APK, choose what devices you want to run on, and it will crawl your application. And while it does that, it'll record a video, take screenshots, capture device logs, and even stack traces for any crashes it might encounter. Here you can see how Robo's crawling the IO17 application. Robo also powers the pre-launch report on the Play Developer Console. So a lot of you probably have used this in the past. This is available at no cost to you. It's a limited set of devices that Play will automatically run your app on if you participate in the alpha beta channels. It's a great way to try the product at no cost. Now, we know many of you who do invest in testing like to run on every push and commit. So we have integrations with some really popular CI tools like Jenkins and Travis. In fact, we have really great partners like Amex and Walmart that are using Test Lab in this way. In fact, Walmart recently open sourced two amazing tools for the community. The first one is Flank, and Flank lets you shard and throttle a large number of tests against our Test Lab. This is one of our most requested features, so we're really excited that Walmart built it before we even did. And made it available to the community. And the second one is coming soon. It's called Shifu, and it lets you mock. It's a mocking tool that lets you mock your database or your data and network requests so you can build a hermetic test suite. So if you have a CI environment and you test on every build and you're struggling with device compatibility testing, Firebase Test Lab has some great options for you. And that's Firebase Test Lab. So last year at I/O, we launched Firebase Crash Reporting in beta. Firebase Crash Reporting monitors your application and then alerts you when you have crashes and other non-fatal issues. Now, the key here is we wanted to do more than just identify the crash. We wanted to help you reproduce issues. So what we did in the fall of last year was integrate with Google Analytics for Firebase to show you what your user is doing in your app before the crash. And this lets you reproduce that in your own environment very easily, because we think that's kind of the most challenging part of fixing crashes. But this year, we have even bigger news. So Firebase has joined forces with Fabric, as you've heard probably a couple times today. We're really excited about, we're really working hard right now to bring the best of both platforms together. And we're excited about Crashlytics because it's the best crash reporting service in the market. It's used by over 500,000 developers, and it gives really great real-time insights. And what we're excited about is we're bringing this to the Firebase community. So that means in the future, you can expect to get the entire Crashlytics experience right from the Firebase console. So if you're thinking about integrating a new crash reporting tool and you don't have one yet, we recommend Crashlytics. But current Firebase customers don't have to worry. We'll upgrade you seamlessly to the new experience when it's ready, and we continue to support that service. And lastly, I wanted to talk about Firebase Performance Monitoring. So Firebase Performance Monitoring lets you see what's happening with your application as users are using it in production. We had two goals in mind when we built this product. One, we wanted to provide a ton of value out of the box without having to do anything. And the second thing is we wanted to make our insights actionable. So everything we show you, like, give you a way to fix it, or at least debug it and diagnose it a little bit. So out of the box, just by installing the SDK, you get visibility into your app startup time and all of your network requests. And then you can also instrument your own, you can do custom instrumentation to diagnose specific parts of your application and time those. Now, whether you're looking at our out-of-the-box insights or custom insights, we give you the ability to slice and dice the data in a number of different ways. So you can look at, how does my app startup time look by carrier or by OS version or by app version? So that really lets you kind of hone in on the problem. It's a really powerful tool, and we're going to be deep diving into it tomorrow at 4:30 right here. So we hope you can join us for that. And now I'm going to hand it off to Justin.
All right, thank you, Nolan. So I'm going to give a deeper dive into some of the newer features on TestLab. So for some time now, we at Google have been stressing the importance of writing automated tests. So how many of you, raise your hands, how many of you write automated tests for every new feature in your application? All right. That's why we've given up nagging you. It doesn't work. So we are putting a lot more focus now into automating the crawl of your applications with the Robo. We've already made improvements in this area in terms of the performance, how fast the crawler is, as well as the coverage, how many screens we can find, how many crashes we can find. But you can expect to see even more significant improvements in the coming weeks and months. But there are always the deepest, darkest corners of your application that even our crawler cannot find. So with Espresso Test Recorder, you can, which is part of Android Studio, you can record a test by interacting with a device, a local device with your app, and upload that test to TestLab, and thereby test those hard-to-reach parts of your applications. So Nolan talked about the new Firebase Performance product, which gives you insights into how your application behaves in the wild. We on the TestLab team believe it's equally important to understand how your application performs before it even gets into your users' hands. So, with every test that you run in TestLab that runs on a physical device, we measure various performance metrics, such as CPU and memory and network. And we provide you those as part of your regular tool test results, synced with the video. You'll see this in a demo later on. All right, who wanted more devices? Oh, come on, I'm going to ask it again. Who wanted more devices? Yes, that's better. All right. Yes, well, we now have more devices. We've added more of the newer devices. If you heard Francis talk, yes, we have Pixels. Yes, we have S7s, S7 Edges. We also have some of the older devices, more of the older devices. We also have a preview version of Android O running on the Pixels. So now you can test out and integrate with some of those new features that Dave Burke talked about at the keynote this morning. So we've known for a while that the quality of the network connection can really affect the usability and the reliability of your applications. And so with G-Cloud, in the release that follows I/O, 1 week after I/O, with G-Cloud, which is our command line tool, you can now test your applications under a variety of different network conditions. Everything from LTE to Edge to GPRS and so on. You can even test it under degraded versions of those same network profiles. But what I am most excited to talk about today is our new support for testing games. So we've talked with many developers who are creating games for Android. And from those discussions, the key takeaway for me was that testing games on Android is incredibly painful. And because I had gum surgery a few weeks ago, and that was incredibly painful, I immediately thought of this. And if there are any dentophobes in the audience, if you don't know what a dentophobe is, if there are any dentophobes in the audience, you can look away now. But this, unfortunately, is the, anyway. So I think we all agree that this is the pain of testing games on Android is not quite the same pain as we see here. But given your feedback, given the discussions we had, it is almost as intense. So this person recognizes that there are thousands of different device types out there, and it's impossible to test on all those different devices. This person had to build 5 different versions of their game for Android, and then test each one of those separately. This person had a game which bricked a device that they did not even have in-house, a very important device that the only thing they could do with was Blacklist. And lastly, the thing that we heard most often was that it is hard just treading water, keeping up with all the different operating systems, versions, and releases. So what are we doing about this? And the dentophobes can now look back on the screen again. So we're going to do a number of things, but I'm here really today to talk about just one of those things. Today, we are introducing a new framework for testing games on Android. So with this new framework, we allow developers to create game loops and trigger those game loops. So what is a game loop? Well, I'm sure most of you have been to an arcade, and while the games are not being played, they are running through a loop demonstrating their behavior. And that is essentially a game loop. So a game loop is a way of simulating a user interacting with your game. It can also be used as a way of stress testing a game, such as in a multiplayer situation, or focusing on a specific game component. Now, you can trigger game loops with this framework locally using an application that runs on the device that we've written. That application is freely available to you. You'll find it by going to our website, our documentation for Test Lab, and you search for game loop, and you'll find a reference to it. That is freely available to you. You can download that, run it on a local device, and trigger the game loop. But what is more important is that we've added support for game loops in Test Lab. So now, you can, with Test Lab, simultaneously test your games, triggering game loops, across any of the devices that we have in our device fleet, and expose problems. Problems such as crashes, or memory leaks, or, probably more importantly, graphics performance issues. So to help us understand how this works, I am extremely excited to welcome one of our partners up on stage with us. They'll be up in a second. Deep Silver Fish Labs. Deep Silver Fish Labs, who, as you probably know, is a world-leading developer of high-fidelity 3D games for smartphones and tablets. Their latest game, Galaxy on Fire 3 Manticore, released this morning, but it is, frankly, a benchmark of sci-fi shooting games. They have been testing a pre-release version of their game on TestLab for some time now. And as I say, it released this morning, but I've been testing this game for a while. And I can honestly say that the last game that I was this addicted to was about 25 years ago. And I can see some raised eyebrows, the incredulous in the audience. Yeah, they did have computer games 25 years ago. So let me welcome up Andreas and Johannes on stage. Andreas is the director of business development and sales
Thanks,
at
Justin.
Deep Silverfish Labs. Welcome, Andreas. And Johannes is the head of core technologies, a lead developer at Deep Silverfish Labs. Welcome, guys. All right, so we're going to start with you, Andreas, I think. What do you see as the main advantage of the new support for testing games in TestLab?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Justin. Well, as you mentioned before, the challenge that we basically face is that we want to have our game running on as many devices as possible. So what do we face? I mean, you're very, very successful with Android. So you have multiple OEMs deploying it on the devices. Those multiple OEMs have multiple devices. So I think today, if you look into Google Play, you have like over 13,000 different devices with OSs. So it's a big challenge. We look into that and say, well, what's the market share and so on. So today, or up until the last few months, basically, before using Firebase TestLabs, we went out and tried to purchase as many devices out there as possible. And if you buy one of the latest phones out there, it will probably cost you like $800. So imagine if we want to cover like 100 devices, how pricey that basically is. So that's one thing where the Firebase TestLabs helps us, because as you just mentioned, you provide us with test devices that we can run our game on. That's one thing. And by the way, we have this very, very little vault in our office where we stack 100 devices, but 100 devices are basically not enough. The goal that we have for our game is that we want to cover like about 500 different devices worldwide to have a meaningful user base. So that's one challenge. The other one is that one device of one OEM might not have the same hardware inside in the US as in Europe or as in Asia. So what we sometimes faced in the past was that we got a user reply saying, hey, it doesn't run on a XYZ device. And we tested it in Europe and said, well, it runs with us. But then we had to find out that they use a different GPU or CPU.
Right.
And how should we get, as a developer, devices from Asia? So again, massively helped there. So that's something that basically helps us to overcome that challenge. And the research, I mean, the time that we put into research before, finding all that out, that hardware stuff, was immense. I think for Galaxy on Fire 3, we had a product manager for about 2 months just searching databases of what's the device market share in different countries to try to get those devices. So Firebase TestLabs really helps us there because we don't have to do that work anymore. We're saving money, we're quicker. So
that's great. And then, how does this affect your overall launch process?
As you imagined, we're quicker. So basically, three things: we're quicker in getting the game out there. It's more effective in terms of QA and testing in that sense, and also we're more confident. I mean, as I mentioned. And you also, it could be that we have to blacklist a device earlier on that was a product that is has a market share of like 5% in Asia. Now we're confident that we say, you know what, we don't want to blacklist it because we've tested with Firebase TestLabs, and we're confident. So we are quicker for QA. So development time is quicker, and I guess you all know that less development time means less budget. So you can save budget on that one. Secondly, as had more confidence, we can cover more devices. More devices means we make more gamers happy out there with a product. They're there, they're playing it, they're writing great reviews on it. because they don't get bugs, they don't get crashes, and we're more happy with that. And then because we're quicker and we're more confident, we're covering more devices, by the end of the day, and I'm biz dev and sales, we're making more money. And that's what we want to do.
Which is the point, yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Andreas. I really appreciate it. All right, Johannes, you've been patiently waiting, I think, to give us a demo, so please.
Yes, finally. Thank you, Justin. Yeah, so for that, I will need the MacBook. I'm going to show you how we added support for the game loop to our game Galaxy on Fire 3 Manticore. And we've been using the test lab for some time now, and are very happy that it has helped us improve our game and also with the launch. So the very first thing you need to do is you need to declare your support for the game loop. And you do this in your manifest. And for that, I will just jump right into Android Studio. So the first thing we do here is we add an intent filter to our activity. And the action's name is com.google.intent.action.testloop. And that's pretty much already all you have to do. You can also add some more metadata here, like how many different scenarios you support. But we currently only support one. And in that case, that's not really required. The next step then is you need to check for this intent when your app starts. And we do this in our activity in the onCreate function here. We get the intent, we get the action, and compare the action's name to the string we also saw earlier in the manifest. And then the only thing we do here is call this native function force performance test, which at this point basically only sets a flag in native code, which we then later check once our native code spins up in order to determine if the game should run in this game loop mode or not. So all the actually game loop implementation happens in native code, where we load different locations and missions after each other in order to see if they work at all, and also in order to determine the performance. So once that is done in native code, we hand back control to the activity by calling this native notify performance test end function. And according to the game loop spec, all we need to do in order to finish or to show that we are done is call the finish function on the activity. And that's pretty much all you need to do for the implementation. The next, what you want to do is you actually want to run the game loop. And as Justin said earlier, there's a little app that you can install on your device. So I will do a demo on the device now. Can we switch to the device? Yes. So this app is called Test Loop Apps, which I have installed here. So I will just tap that. And when it opens, it gives you a list of all the apps on this phone that support the intent we saw earlier. So currently, this is only our game at the time. So I will tap that. Then it gives you a list of scenarios. And we currently have one, so there's not much to choose from. But quite important up here is that you can set the timeout, which defaults to 3 minutes, which might be a bit short for the game loop, I guess. So, and then when that is done, you can tap on the Run button, and this will launch our game in game loop mode and starts loading the first location. And once the loading is done, we will see some action. Yeah, so this works. And then the next step is, or the next way to run the game loop is, you can also do this in the Firebase test lab. So we switch back to the MacBook for this. So we head over to the browser and Firebase and select the test lab on the left. So here you can see I did some tests before, which passed and some which failed. But we want to run a new test, so we click on the Run a Test button here, and the Robo Test and Instrumentation Test. Those two are old, but what we want is the game loop here. So we click that. And the first thing we need to do here is select an APK. So I will just choose a very small one here, because now it does the upload. And then you can also choose the scenario you want to run here. But we'll just go to the next page, where you can select the devices and API levels you want to test on. So once you've selected that, you can click the Start button down here in order to launch the game in game loop mode on the selected devices in the Firebase test lab. Of course, the running of the game loop takes some time, so for the results, I will just choose one I did before. So for example, this one. So it gives you a list of all the devices that the test ran on. In this case, this is our Vulkan build of the game, so there are not that many devices, but we can look at the pixel, for example. On the first tab, it gives you some additional performance data that we ourselves generated during the run. But here you can also look at the logs, which is mainly mainly beneficial if there were any problems or crashes during the run, so you can figure out what went wrong. You can also look at the video of the run, but I will just skip over to the performance tab because we also have the video here and some additional performance data like the CPU usage over time, the graphics performance measured in FPS here, the memory consumption, which doesn't really go up, so I don't think we have a memory leak in here, and the network usage as well. And the cool thing here is that you can actually click on the graph. So if we wanted to figure out why we have these frame drops here, we can click on it, and we see that the video jumps to that point in time, and we can play the video from there, and we see it's the loading screen. So it's not that bad that we have frame drops here. And once the loading screen ends, we see that the performance goes back up to the 30 FPS we are aiming for. So this is running the game loop via the Firebase console, but you can also run the game loop via the gcloud command line tool. And for that, I head over to the terminal. So this has the advantage that you can also use OBBs or APK expansion files, which for games you might often have. And you can also easily integrate this into your continuous integration or build server setup. So there are different commands like, for example, you can get a list of the devices in the test lab. This is basically the same list we also saw in the console earlier. But you can also start the test, for example, with this command. You specify the type as the game loop. You can also specify the timeout here. You provide the name of the APK, the name of the OBB files. Note the naming here that the OBBs already have to have the correct name. So they have to include the version code that is part of the APK. And you specify the devices and API levels and the orientation you want to run on. And once we run this command, it will start uploading the APK and the OBB files to the test lab. And once the upload is done, it will start running the game loop on the selected devices. It will also give you a link to the results in the Firebase console, so you can look at the results just like we earlier did. And that's pretty much all there is to it. You have to add the intent filter to your manifest, check for the intent on startup, implement some logic for the game loop in your native code, and then run using one of the 3 methods I just showed you. And with that, back to the slides.
Thanks, Johannes. That was awesome. That's how you use the game loop feature of Test Lab. And so if you're interested in testing your games, please go to Firebase.
More excitement, Nolan. Come on, look at her. She just ran a game loop. Come on, yes! Come on, yes!
All right, well, clearly Justin's very excited. Yes, use game loops. Run them locally. Run them on Test Lab to make sure they work on your users' devices. We're really excited to show this to you in person. To recap quickly, I wanted to just recap what app quality tools we have in Firebase and how they work. So before you put your app in the hands of your users, make sure you use them. Make sure you test your app on Test Lab to make sure it works on all the right devices. After you launch, you'll never catch all of the issues before you launch. So after you launch, make sure you monitor your application and its stability and performance with crash reporting. And then finally, use performance monitoring to see where your app is slow and why. And definitely tune in tomorrow for right here on this stage at 4:30 to get a deep dive into performance monitoring. It's a really exciting product, and we can't wait to show it to you. And then finally, come see us at Sandbox. Johannes and Andreas will be there. You can talk to them about how they implemented the game loop. We also have another game, Mecha Hamster, that's an internal game. And we're happy to show you hands-on how we integrated game loops into these experiences. And come find us. We have the engineering team that'll also be there that's excited to talk to you. And yeah, thanks for coming, everyone. Have a great I/O.
Thanks very much.
Hi there, iOS developer. Interested in getting started with the Firebase platform in your app? Well, you've come to the right place. There are two main parts to getting the Firebase platform up and running: adding your app to the Firebase console and installing the SDK. Let's go over these one at a time. For starters, let's go to the Firebase console at this URL here. Depending on when you're watching this video, the UI might look slightly different, but the general concepts should remain the same. Now, depending on your situation, you might see a blank Create a New Project screen, or you might see a list of existing projects. Oh, before we go further, let me take a moment to explain the difference between projects and apps. A project consists of one or more apps. Now, all the apps in the same project use the same Firebase database backend. And if you want, you can use features like Firebase Cloud Messaging to talk to all of them at once. You don't have to, but you can, which is sometimes convenient. So if you're a developer that has a cross-platform app, you generally want to put the iOS and Android versions of your app in the same project. Now that'll give you some nice cross-platform benefits. Your user can access the same data if they switch back and forth between the iOS and Android versions of your app. Things like dynamic links will work across both platforms. You can send one notification to all versions of your app and so on. On the other hand, completely different apps, you should put those in completely different projects. There's nothing gained by cramming them into the same project except tears and heartache, I guess. So if you're working on a cross-platform app and your Android or web team has already created a Firebase project, you should probably select that project and connect your iOS app in there. Otherwise, if you're the first one to be adding Firebase-y capabilities to your app, you could be the one to create the new project. In my case, I'm the first app associated with the project, so I'm going to create a new project here. I'll give it a name, and there we go. Once you've selected or created a project, you're going to want to connect your client app. I'm going to select the iOS button here, and I'll give it my app's bundle ID. You are eventually going to need to add your App Store ID here if you want features like Firebase invites or dynamic links to work, but you can leave this blank for now and change it later. Now, when you click Continue, your browser should automatically download this Google Services info.plist file for you. Note that it needs to be named this exactly, so if you get that little one in parentheses after the name like I just did, you're going to need to do a little bit of renaming in Finder. Okay, next up, drag the file into your Xcode project, like so. And let me go back to the console and hit Continue here, and it's telling us that this would be a good time to install the Firebase CocoaPods. Now, I'm assuming you know something about Firebase CocoaPods, but if you don't, here's a little video for you to check out. It's fun. So I'm going to jump into my project directory here and do a little pod init. We'll open up the file, and I'm going to uncomment this line because I am using Swift, and this line because my app happens to have a base SDK of 8.0, although at the time of this recording, Firebase is supported as far back as 7.0. Next up, let's add some pods. Now, it's important to remember that, to keep your app nice and svelte, you should only install the CocoaPods for features that you need. In fact, there is no all-encompassing Uber Firebase CocoaPod that installs everything for you. You're going to need to pod install each individual feature, and you can find a full list of the CocoaPods and the features they correspond to over here. Now, for starters, I'm just going to add Firebase/core, which includes everything needed to get the basics up and running and also enables Firebase Analytics. So now I'll make sure my project is closed and I'll run pod install. And then let's open up the generated workspace. All right, we'll build it and make sure everything compiles okay. And it does. So we can move on to the next step. Okay, looks like the last step here is to add some initialization code. I recommend putting this in your app delegate did finish launching method. First things first, let's import Firebase in my app delegate. Note that this is usually the only thing I'll ever need to import no matter what we've installed. We're doing some pretty nifty work behind the scenes to make sure this works properly. I know this sounds like the exact opposite of my only pod install what you need advice from like 2 minutes ago, but trust me here, this makes development a whole lot easier. All right, so next up we'll add the line firapp.configure to make sure Firebase gets set up properly. And that's actually all you need to do. This configure method will take a look at what libraries you have installed, initialize them, grabbing all the appropriate constants from that Google Services file that you dragged in earlier into your Xcode project. So we'll give it a quick run, and if everything is set up and working correctly, you should see a few lines in your console about how Firebase Analytics is up and running. All right, so congratulations. You are now up and running with Firebase. So there are a lot of places you can go from here. You can add sign-in using Firebase Auth, or get your app talking to the real-time database, or start tracking more of your users' usage with Firebase Analytics. You can check out these links to get started and have a little fun.
What's up, everybody? David here, and today I have a quick and easy Firecast for you. We're going to get up and running with Firebase and the web. And this is actually going to be the first of many screencasts in a series. So make sure you subscribe to get notified of tutorials on authentication, storage, hosting, and web push notifications with Firebase Cloud Messaging. Also, if you're a fan of JavaScript frameworks, I'm going to be dropping videos for Angular 1 and 2, Polymer, React, and Ember. So you better subscribe because you don't want to miss those. But today we're going to start with the very basics. I'm going to show you some mad copy and pasting skills by getting the project initialization code from the Firebase console. And then we're going to set up a small web app. So let's go and dive in. So I'm in the Firebase console at console.firebase.google.com. You can see I'm logged in as myself up here, just smiling at you. But to get started, I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to click Create New Project. I'm going to call it Web Quick Start. And then we'll create it. My project is now created. So I'm going to click Add Firebase to your web app. And this brings up a little modal with all the initialization code I need to get started. It has things like my API key, auth domain, database URL, and storage bucket. So then I can go to the bottom right, and then I can click Copy. And that's all the code I need to get started. But just as a little FYI, you can access all of this information by clicking Auth, and then going up to the top right where there's Web Setup. But now, to the editor. So here in my editor, I'm going to get crazy. I'm going to create this web page from scratch. So I'll start with my basic HTML boilerplate, give it a title, and now I can just paste in all the code from the console. And this is all you need to get started. And just to prove that it works, I'm going to use the database as a little tiny demo. So I'm going to create an H1 and give it an ID. And every single time the value changes in the real-time database, I'm going to sync it to this H1. So the first thing I need to do is get that H1 by its ID. And then now I'm going to create a database reference using firebase.database.ref and then create a child location to the text location. And now I can synchronize any changes using the on function. And then using ES2015 arrow functions, I can just do it all in one line. So to the left right here, I have my project in the Firebase console, and to the right is just my blank page. To use the database, I'm going to remove all security. So I'm going to click Rules, and then I'm going to say Read is true and Write is true, and click Publish. And you should totally know that you should only do this while you're developing, because that means anyone can read or write to your database. So now I'm going to give my browser a refresh, and then I'm going to add a text location, and it synchronizes to the browser. And so I can change it, and then it changes as well. So keep in mind that the real-time database is just one of the many features Firebase offers for the web. You can also use authentication, storage, hosting, and even Firebase Cloud Messaging. So that's all it takes to get started with Firebase in the web. And if you want to go and learn more, then check out the link in the description for our official documentation. And if you're super excited to learn more about Firebase on the web, then please subscribe to our channel because we're going to have tons of more content. So that's all for this time, and I will see you all later.
We started Is on our living room couch, and we really started because of the problem that we had, which was asking the same question to our closest friends: where are you? What are you doing? We were baffled by the fact that there wasn't a solution that solved this problem, and we felt like we could build one that was better.
The value that Is drives for all users is knowing which of your friends are nearby. So if you look around where we are right now, an arena, how many times have people gone to a basketball game, hockey game, or a concert and found out the next day that they had friends who were at the same event? And think about all those moments that are missed because they didn't know they had friends there. So what we're solving is letting people know who's nearby and making those moments matter.
My name is Diesel Peltz, and I'm the founder and CEO of Is.
I'm Mark French, co-founder of Is.
We felt there was no reason users should manually go fetch data. When I get a text message, there's no reason for me to tap refresh. And we felt, why should it be different from anything else? And Firebase let us solve that. Firebase really allowed us to enhance the user experience by making it real time, simplify the UI by not having a refresh button, and cut down on development time.
Like any startup, the most valuable asset that you have is your team and your time. And what Firebase has allowed us to do is save 50% in terms of time by moving that much quicker with a product. It's a game changer.
We're using 8 features from Firebase right now. They're analytics, remote config, dynamic links, the real-time database, and more. Traditionally, that would have been in 8 different places. And now we go to one place, which is the Firebase console.
We're eager to launch this product in a big way. We're seeing how people are using the product and how they're inviting more and more friends that we're concerned. We're growing very, very quickly. So we sleep a lot easier at night knowing that we got Firebase that's really there to build that infrastructure.
If you're a developer, use it. We love it, and it's enabled us to focus on developing the user experience and not have to worry about the things in the background that should be there.
Yeah, with NPR One, we are reimagining what a listening experience could be outside of the radio.
It's the radio, but better. It has all of the great stuff that we've spent 40 years perfecting.
With NPR One, we see the opportunity of reaching a more diverse audience that have a device in their pocket at all times.
My name is Mike Saiflahi. I'm the lead mobile developer for NPR Digital Media.
My name is Nick Dupre, and I'm the innovation accountant at NPR.
My name is Tejas Mistry, and I'm the senior product manager of NPR One.
Just some of the biggest challenges in any mobile app are that first impression. When the user first installs the app, you've got a very limited amount of time to convince them to keep the app and to get engaged in the experience. Trying to figure out how we can get users into the content as quickly as possible was the real focus of integrating Firebase and dynamic links. Using dynamic links, we were able to shorten the number of interactions it takes for a user installing the app to get from the promoted content to the content from 20 to 3. So that user's able to get right into the content.
We're driving more and more listening per user every week. It's really astounding. Creating playlists of content that are configured by the podcaster or by a member station or by us internally. And with Firebase, we have that at our hands.
Having the analytics product interact with things like dynamic links, remote configuration, cloud messaging, it adds a real multiplier effect.
And the integration with the broader Firebase suite, I don't have to go outside the platform to figure out what's working. So it's not just about shipping the product faster, it's about analyzing the results faster. And with the integration with all the other Firebase products, we're really excited about all the things we can learn from it.
Raise Labs is a company that is focused on building excellence in software, technology, and design. We do that through our work on mobile applications and websites and technologies in general. My name is Gregory Reyes. I'm the CEO and founder of Raise Labs. We really want to understand the human problem, and oftentimes the hard problems in software aren't just the technology problems, the API, the how do you connect these things, but really getting at the heart of what people are trying to accomplish and do in their day-to-day.
My name is Ben Johnson. I'm the managing director at Raise Labs in Boston. We decided to put our hat in the ring for the Google Certified Agency Program. The first leg is just having access to a lot of what Google is doing today. So there's access to design reviews, invitations to events, and that's sort of the base level. And I think that's hugely rewarding even in and of itself. Having Google review your app from a design perspective is amazingly helpful. So that's sort of the first tier. The second tier comes with certified status. There's a long application process for that. And once you have it, it's something that you can really say to your clients that gives them comfort that we're a reputable firm, that we're building great software in a way that Google believes in.
The certification is a higher bar for us to really differentiate ourselves from many of the other companies out there. It required us to really dig into what that means to be truly world-class, and we wanted to set that bar for ourselves as well.
My name is John Green. I'm VP Creative at Raise Labs.
For the Google Developer Agency Program, allowed us to have access to engineers from the map team, the design team, to figure out, oh, how can we actually do some of these things? And we could reach out to them when we needed. And also it allowed us to set up and say, we can make this a success. They might look closer at this app because we're part of this program, which has actually been super helpful.
Some of the challenges in building the Six Flags app, and we touched on some of these, are certainly mapping technology and payment technology, material design, or the APIs. Having access to the Google team to really ascertain how we're approaching certain software and ensuring that we're building technologies the right way makes for a smooth development process.
We set off to build the Six Flags app with a pretty lofty ambition, and it was to bring in-park navigation and commerce to the app. The comfort of knowing that Google is there to help us understand where they are heading as an organization and that we are along for that ride is a really helpful thing to know. And as a business, we know that going forward, we're going to be at the cutting edge of whatever Google is doing through access to programs, through the collaboration with their teams. It's really helpful for us to know that 6 months, 9 months down the road, we'll still be a part of that process, and we'll still be working with them to figure out what's next.
So here we are in the sandbox. I'm so glad that you'll be here with us for the next 3 days as we explore everything on the ground at Google I/O. First off is the mocktail mixer. It's not getting started early because there's no alcohol. Chris, would you tell me about this?
Excellent, thanks Timothy. So this was a do-it-yourself mixer that has the Google Assistant built in. It was part of a collaboration between the Assistant team and Deep Local, these guys behind you. It's a creative agency out of Pittsburgh. And what they've done is they've used the Google Assistant SDK, which we launched 3 weeks ago, and Actions on Google to customize the drink ingredients, and the code, as well as services like API.ai to create a conversational interface so you can have a natural interaction with the mixer. So we're super cool. It's a super cool demo. It shows you how to go from zero to prototyping in a matter of hours.
Now I want to talk a little bit more about this demo and the SDK and like all the things that we can do with it. But first, let's make a drink.
Want to make a drink? Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's talk to Mocktails Mixer.
Sure, here is the test version of Mocktails Mixer.
Hi, I'm your Mocktails Mixer.
What's on the menu?
On tap today, I have a pairing mode in Mang IO. What can I get you?
Let's get a pairing mode.
Coming right up. Initiating ones and zeros. Beep boop. Bob.
Is that the robot sounds it's making?
Yeah, so it's actually like, it's going from my voice going through this mic, through the Assistant SDK running on a Raspberry Pi device, which I think Oscar will talk a little bit more about, going back to the Assistant Services server running in the cloud, and figuring out what I'm saying, doing natural language understanding and speech recognition, and then basically coming back and controlling the devices. And now you see, we've started making the pairing mode drinks for everybody around here.
That's awesome. There's a bunch of drinks. So we have some other friends joining us. Let's start with Oscar. Oscar, you're one of the guys that actually built this.
Yeah, so I work for Deep Local. We worked, like Chris said, with the SDK team on the project. And basically the way this works is there's a Raspberry Pi inside the device that runs the SDK. And when you speak with it, it runs up to API.ai where you can program your conversational interface. From there, there's a webhook that's called that when you call a drink, it pushes a message over Google PubSub down to the devices and actually sends a serial command to the Arduinos inside. That is actually what controls the motors and dispenses the liquid.
That was like a design doc in 5 sentences.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Exactly. And everything's open source and online, so you can find it on GitHub if you search for Mocktails Mixers, or if you go to deeplocal.com/mocktailsmixers, there's a write-up and a video and DIY instructions so the home builder can make it themselves.
That's Wayne. Wayne, you're the home builder.
I am a little bit, yeah.
So, Wayne, you are one of the developer advocates working on Assistant and the SDK and all these APIs. Is this what you do all the time?
Well, I made a dog feeder one time, but this is new. I got to get into this now. I can imagine something where you could like mix up custom food or something like that. That'd be kind of cool.
You made a dog feeder. They made a human feeder.
Yeah. We're gonna merge them together now, right? That's the cool thing is because this SDK is available to the public. Anyone can build devices like this now. It's what I'm quite excited about it too. I said I need to go home and work out my next plan for some kind of dog feeder.
Well, that's the really cool thing about this recent release. Like the SDK just came out a few weeks ago, right? 3 weeks ago, and it's really giving the ability for people to bring the assistant into their own hardware.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can take any crazy idea that you've got, and you can embed the Assistant SDK into it. Runs on most Linux operating systems and so forth, and it's just really easy to get started. And we've got a whole bunch of samples. People can try it out. All the demos here, we have other demos as well. They're all open source, so people can try them out.
And again, just like sort of taking a look at the value of that, this is something that people have been doing before, but they had to build the whole stack themselves, right? Which includes a lot of technologies that they don't want to really be experts in, but Google can be that expert for them, and you can just use the APIs instead.
You can focus on what you're good at, which is making these kinds of devices, and leave all the speech recognition and the natural language understanding to us, and we take care of it for you.
Awesome. Are the drinks ready? Oh, I see they're getting poured out.
Oh, they're still pouring. Nice.
Okay, well, we're waiting for the drinks. Vera, tell me about some of the ways that people are using the Assistant today.
Awesome. So today at I/O we announced that the Assistant is fundamentally conversational. So everything that we're seeing here that Wayne mentioned, that it's natural language processing, you're able to actually, as a user, talk to the Assistant, and the Assistant can do things for you. And so the Assistant is live across devices like this through our Open SDK, but it's also live across Android, and we announced an iOS app, so you can get it on your iPhone, and it's also live on wearables and soon TVs, cars, etc. And the Assistant can as a part of our developer platform, Actions on Google, the Assistant can order cabs for you or make table reservations or even set up your smart home so it can clean your apartment. And so we're really excited about what developers will build on top of the platform to help users.
That's awesome. I think the drinks are ready. I sure do.
Yeah.
This is the, which drink is this?
The pairing mode.
Pairing mode. Get it.
Guys.
It's pretty fantastic. I'm impressed. What was that?
It tastes better because it was made with technology.
That's absolutely right.
Putting artificial intelligence into your drinks. Done.
So I'm going to drink a little bit more of this, but maybe while I do that, can you talk about where you see this going? Like, what are you most excited about developers doing with this technology?
Yes, that's a great question. So what we envision is a ubiquitous assistant experience, so that when you need help or need something to be done in your life, that you can just ask the question and it'll happen, right? So for that experience to really surface, you need to have the assistant in multiple places in your life. And we don't expect a Google Home to be in every corner of your house, and we also don't expect Google to build all of the appliances in your house. It just doesn't make any sense. So what we need to do is we need to empower a diverse ecosystem of device manufacturers embedding the assistant in their devices. Then you can have the assistant available to you when you need it, wherever you need it, however you need it. So that's really where we see this going longer term, and the Assistant SDK and Actions on Google and API.ai are just the beginnings of where we're going.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And to y'all out there, cheers.